and verify quorum. Vice President Haskell. Secretary Wells.
Here.
Board Member George.
Present.
Board Member Montoya.
Present.
So 4, and Suzette probably joined later. Sharon? Okay, enough to start the meeting. We have quorum. It is now 5:40 p.m. And our Superintendent Carlson, say the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Simo, will you give us the prayer?
Thank you, Lord, for bringing everyone here together. I ask in your name that you give the knowledge and blessings and that you work through them to make decisions for our communities. And I also ask that you everyone as they go about their day and travel home. I ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Okay, board members, please review the agenda. Okay, we're gonna have some changes to the agenda. Apparently, Doris Sutherland has no internet, so there will be from item A to is it G? G. There will be other people speaking. And we were hoping on item C that we would have Mr. By Manning present. And it looks like that's not going to happen as well. So we will be putting that item, and that's concerning an audit report. Tabling that item. May I have a motion on the amendments to the agenda?
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Again, you said item A through G, however, C is being tabled, so everything through A and G will be presented by someone other than Ms. Sutherland, correct?
Correct. And item C, Mr. By Manning is not present, so we will table that as well.
Just point of clarification for our audience so they fully understand what we're doing, so thank you. In light of that, I'd like to make a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
I second that.
Okay, go ahead and vote on it. Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, we are at item 2, comments from the audience. Okay, we have 2 comments. Okay, we'll start off with these 2, Secretary.
Number 1 by Jaquel Atcity. In order to recognize staff and community members from the audience who wish to speak to the board, we ask that you fill out this card and present it to the board president prior to the start of the meeting. Please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. Select one person to speak from a group. Do you have them there?
So go ahead.
That's all there is.
Read the person's name.
I read that already.
Yeah, they'll come
Jackie
up.
Atcity and Edward Atcity.
Yeah, they'll come up at C. Let me see.
Test, test.
Okay.
Should I begin or?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to thank all board members present and all those in the audience present for today's board meeting. Good evening. I'm Edward Atcity. I'm a current cadet at the Marine Corps Junior IOTC program in Shiprock, New Mexico. I'm here on behalf to represent the student populace at Shiprock High School in the Marine Corps Junior IOTC program. The comments regarding on June 15th board meeting, which is the deactivation of the Marine Corps Junior IOTC program, I would like to give a few statements that would be in support of keeping the program active. After the reopening of all schools, the impact of COVID-19 on the student populace, not just in New Mexico, but in Shiprock, had depleted motivation of a lot of students, most students being those that are entering high school, with several grade years being lost to online learning, which would leave a lot of students emotionally and socially withdrawn. I believe the program had allowed for students to come out of the woodwork and for them to reintegrate into their high school society and to become better leaders and members of society for the better. The program is more than elective. The program gives leadership to all of those who so require it. For myself, I joined the program in the spring of my freshman year. Before then, I was someone who, during the pandemic, I was regretfully, socially, and emotionally withdrawn from my peers, and even regretfully friends and family. I joined the program because it was simply an elective that I chose. After joining the program, however, and meeting a bunch of new students and people in the program, I've come to realize that the program itself is not just a military program. It's one that promotes leadership and excellence in all of that, and excellence that all of that students can achieve. Has allowed me to see new heights that I could not have imagined myself before. It has allowed me to excel both academically, but also emotionally. So I suggest to the board to find solutions to help keep the program active throughout the school year and for many more to come. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us speak today. My name is Janelle Atcity. I'm Edward Atcity's mom, and I just wanted to reiterate the amazing program at Shiprock High School, JROTC program. I have not only seen my son really regain his not only self-confidence and self-esteem, but his motivation level has really increased. I know COVID-19 and learning at home was just really traumatic on all the students. And as I've met a lot of the students at Shiprock High School, I am just shocked at how mature they are. It is so delightful to talk to them. I am so used to talking to high school students that barely respond to, a hello. These students are addressing me as, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. And I'm just amazed, opening the door for me. Just small things like that I can see how they hold themselves up through this program. So I see that as just, and you see their excitement at being in school. You see their excitement at doing after-school activities. Last minute, they'll be called. They did the color guard for the governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham, when she came to Shiprock. And they were all very excited and eager to participate in that, and all of the activities in the community. I know, like other teachers that are specialty level teachers that we need at the high school, like calculus, physics. I believe that the JRTC program is also at that caliber for that type of specialized instructor to be there. And I would ask the board to consider somehow incentivizing this position to be able to fill it, because I have spoke with some retired military people, and they tell me about how they would love to come here, but the expense of moving to Shiprock, is out of their pocket, and it's something that's really hard to do, rather than moving to a larger city, where I'm sure the pay is more, and maybe they are helping for their moving expenses or something of that nature, just to help them with that transition. So that's something I would like to put before the board to consider, just so that we could keep this program alive and active. I think the students are really in need of a program like this, and so I ask for your support in that. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, if you want to stick around until we're done with the comments section, Janelle. So I have another item here. And this is, I'm sure it's related to the ROTC, esteemed CCSD Board of Directors. I am Joshua John, a 2000 Shiprock High School graduate and a student of the Central Consolidated School District from kindergarten. I have recently learned that the U.S. Marine Corps is considering terminating the Shiprock High School Marine Corps Junior Reserve Office Training Corps program. My opinion regarding this possible action is that of disappointment. The SHS Marine Corps JROTC program was essential in the preparing me for a successful transition to the New Mexico Military Institute Junior College. The program helped me learn basic military discipline and order. This led to a successful graduation from NMMI in 2002 and the following awards and recognition while at NMMI. His awards were Distinguished Old Cadet, January 2002, and the Superintendent's List of Fall 2001. The discipline and fortitude learned during MCJROTC and NMMI led to my successful graduation from NAU, Northern Arizona University, with a Bachelor of Science in Physics in 2005, completing my Master's in Systems Engineering at Johns Hopkins University in 2018, and a successful career at Raytheon Missiles and Defense in Tucson, Arizona. I have been a payload test director on multiple missile defense flight tests, including the historic FTG-11 salvo launch in March 2019. My career was recognized by the American Indian Science and Engineering Society, ACES, with the awarding of the Most Promising Engineer Award in 2018. Terminating the MCJRTC at Shiprock High School would deny many future students the skills necessary to succeed in their future education and careers. I have many classmates who have cited the program as essential to their success in college or the military services. Many students benefited from the program because it gave them discipline and built their self-esteem, which is needed to be successful in careers and raising families. I hope you reconsider ending this storied program at Shiprock High School. Sincerely, Joshua A. John, 2000 Shiprock High School alumni. And he has supporting newspaper clippings of his awards and a picture. So. And the other comment I have is concerning it's one that we cannot read, and concerning our Superintendent Steve Carlson. So we cannot read this. So with that, I just would like to say that I don't know how much of the last week's meeting that you heard, on this topic on the ROTC, but we are trying to look at different things, and of course always comes up as money is the issue, and so we are, and we all know that this is very important, and I would just like for you guys to know that we have 3 board members that are veterans, and Secretary Wells is a veteran, and so is Vice President Haskey, Suzette Haskey, and Board Member Gary Montoya. So, and then myself, I went into the electrical trade, and in my apprenticeship, I saw how my fellow apprentices, the ones that were military and veterans, and I mean, they were outstanding. And so you don't have to convince me. You don't have to. I think the majority on the board knows that this is really something that we want to continue at Shiprock. And I, along with Joshua John, I know of an individual that graduated this year as well, and his name was Elias Lamone Hobson, and I'm sure we're going to hear great things about him as well. So Elias was a Kirtland graduate and part of that ROTC, and went on to NMMI, New Mexico Military. So I just want to say that, and hopefully we can work out and get something going. Thank you. On those comments. Did you want to come up?
Certainly, is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay, well, 3 minutes won't even get through my introduction, but that's okay. I understand the rules.
We haven't kept anyone to 3 minutes, so fire away.
Okay. Mr. Montoya, can you hear me all right? I'm just checking to see if he's awake.
Yes, I can, and yes, I'm awake.
Okay,
Ask me
good.
about
Just
12:30
checking.
though.
I know him, that's the only reason I can do it. Well, I was fortunate enough to start the ROTC unit in 1996, and I taught out there for 18 years. And recently, over the past couple of weeks, I was fortunate enough to get a copy of an email that was sent by the regional director of the Marine Corps Junior ROTC program for New Mexico. And he was interested in getting with the school district. He sent it to Stacy Geller, and he wanted to close the unit because he couldn't find an instructor. That was the main reason. It wasn't student population, any of that. It wasn't school support. And I know Gunnery Sergeant Benali left. Well, when he left, of course, that left a vacancy. So there's no instructor out there. And that's why he wanted to close the unit. Let's talk a little bit about money if we could, because I had known that the president mentioned that money is an issue. It's a pretty good deal for the school district because you only pay half the salary of an instructor. It's just a matter of getting an instructor. And there's a lot of people don't want to go to Shipwright. They look at it on the map and they say, hey, I don't want to go. You know, it's way out there on the reservation. And, you know, they have these misconceptions, obviously. So it's going to be hard getting an instructor. However, there are instructors out there. But what we have to do, I think, as a school district is we have to stand firm in that we want to keep this program. And there are ways to do it. They're normally, a regional director is a lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps, and it's more of a hassle for him to have to come out here and inspect and so forth and so on, but it doesn't cost money. They only pay half the salary, and the school district pays a half salary, and that's it. So if you have 2 instructors, you're only paying for 1 instructor, and the Marine Corps fits the other bill. There's money available with the Marine Corps, so they will try different tactics, and I don't blame them. I mean, I'm not putting the Marine Corps down, but I don't blame them for these tactics that they use because
It's not a big program, and they're not here, and they don't see, say, for example, the testimony that you heard today from the young cadet and his mom, I suppose. Is that right? So it's a great program. There's a couple of former cadets here. The main reason I'm here is to see if we can get it put on the agenda at a regular school board meeting, so that we can really get down to nuts and bolts, and there's be some dialogue between Mrs. Gallagher and the regional director. And the only thing that I would kind of put a bug in your ear is that when I first got out there, I was told by the Marine Corps that they would never close Shiprock High School, never. And the reason they wouldn't is because of political ramifications. Look at all the descendants of the Navajo code talkers that are there. And I've had many of those students. You know, I had 3,500 students in 18 years that I taught out there. So it's a very big tradition of the code talkers, and I think we all know that. Mm-hmm. And I think that if the Marine Corps knew that there might be some negative publicity concerning that, concerning closing the program, that they may back off. Now, I'm not saying that they won't put the unit on probation. They may do that, because there is an MOA. And part of the MOA mentions that they will hire a certified instructor. You can't just get somebody off the street that was in the Marine Corps 3 years and have them teach. They have to be licensed. However, there are temporary solutions where I would ask for a year. Let us work on the numbers. Let us work on recruiting. Let us do the things that we need to do. Public affairs young man back there, I'm sure he's involved in recruiting. You could send someone even out to a Marine Corps base somewhere as a person from the school district and pay their expenses to go out and talk to people that are retiring from the Marine Corps in that area. And there's people that would do it. It's just a matter of you've got to get that time, and you can't be pushed around. And the Marine Corps will try to push you around. That's why I wanted to make mention of the political ramifications, and then also they're going to try to say, we're going to close it. Well, in accordance with the MOA, we've not been given any notification and any time to resolve the situation. So I know that you can't have any dialogue with me, I understand that, but that's why I wanted to put it on the agenda, so that we possibly could talk maybe next month at the school board. The school starts in August, so we would know then. Even a short-term sub that had some type of Marine Corps experience would even help. Now, I'm living in Florida in the wintertime, so, plus I'm 73 years old. So it would be hard for me to go out there, even though I want to really, really bad. But I can't do it. But I could at least maybe, if you don't have something going in August and September, because I leave in October, I could at least go out there and get a long-term sub, spin them up enough to where that they could get through maybe the school year. As long as they had some military experience. They can't be somebody that, doesn't have military experience. So, prefer a Marine. Doesn't have to be, but I prefer a Marine. So. But anyway, I have a lot of pride in that unit. I would hate to see it go. Breaks my heart when I saw that email. So I'm all for the kids out there, and it's made a difference to a lot of them. And so I just hope we can work something out. And I think that the principal is going to have to get very heavily involved in this. It can't just be the superintendent and the school board. I think that the principal has got to be an active participant in this. So, and anytime you need anything as far as expertise and how it works, because you don't have anyone here. The gunny's gone. You don't have an instructor anywhere around. And I live right here in Farmington. So I'd be willing to come to the school board meeting and help you out in any way that I can. So thank you for your attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So Superintendent Carlson, let's get this on the agenda again. We had it on the work session, and were there documents proving Ms. Gallagher's requests to find an instructor.
Yes, ma'am. There's posting for those positions. There's 2 positions that are open, and right now 0 applicants. So we need to put our heads together and try to come up with some ways to bring folks in. And I like the idea of looking at possible housing.
I don't want
I'm
an
sorry.
explanation right now,
Okay,
just,
you bet.
I just want to know that, I did ask for documents
Yes.
proving that Ms. Gallagher is looking, and, so let's do that next month. Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to item 3, board member report. Secretary Wells, do you have a report?
Madam President, I do not have anything.
Okay. Board member George, do you have a report?
No reports, thank you.
Board member Montoya, a report?
Not so much a report, but a comment in respects to one of the concerns I brought up in regards to the agenda and time. My perspective in making the comment about time was safety. We talk about student safety, we talk about employee safety, but yet we neglect to take in consideration our safety. The longer we sit here in these board meetings past midnight, 1:30 in the morning, there's always that room for error as being human beings. And I certainly would, at some point, hypothetically speaking, that one of these days we're here till 1 o'clock in the morning and someone's driving home and has a bout of micro sleep where they fall asleep for a few seconds and that few seconds matter and a tragedy occurs. And really that's my perspective in regards to the time. There's nothing that precludes us from extending into 2 days. We're having a special meeting regarding these issues or topics that we're discussing. So really that was what my comment was about, was the safety of my colleagues and board members and those people attend. I know we have an educator who has oftentimes sat with us until we were done. And I certainly would hate to see that anybody be harmed in any way on their trip home because we were here till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And again, my perspective and point for making that was the safety of the individuals. So thank you.
Okay, my report. So, tomorrow we'll have another round at the Safety Summit, and this time it'll be over in Gallup. And the Safety Summit is not whether or not the board meeting goes late into the early mornings, but it's mainly about threats to the schools, and then diving into this, it's brought up a lot of different avenues and where student safety is concerned. So we will be doing that and getting ready for the final output, which will be on June 29th and the 30th. The June 29th and the 30th, make sure I say that right. And so that'll be in Shiprock. And I really hope that our audience and the ones that do attend our meetings attend, because I think it's, there's a lot of work been put into it, and I think it's something that will leave. And it's not going to be answered, our solutions, but it's a place where we can grow, where we can start, and when we have other people coming into it, it just even more, you know, those holes are, which we miss, could be covered. So, and then as far as the length of the meetings, from, I think only a few have been here in person, and I think the ones that have been here, I don't really see any complaints, but most of our attendees are on Zoom, and not having to drive back from Shiprock or back from Kirtland. And then there are times that I've sat here and done those meetings and have to go on to night shift and finish at 7 in the morning. So I'm well aware, but it goes back to what I'm here for and my commitment to the school board and the district. And I believe people are paid well, very well, and whereas for me to make that kind of salary, I would have to work weekends and holidays and, you know, just to come close to that. So, thank you. And we will head to superintendent report.
Madam President, if I can make a comment, please.
Yes, go ahead.
In respect to what you said and stated, and what Mr. Montoya said as well, you and I have had, and I have had with Vice President Haskey, I contacted each other on my text messages to make sure we made it home all right. It isn't that we have been negligent, it's that the situation being what it is, but we've tried to mitigate that as much as possible. So just so everybody knows. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent.
Thank you, Board President Aspis, members of the board. For this superintendent's report, I've got just a few bullet points. I'm going to try to do my best to keep it fairly brief. We've asked other folks to limit to 3 minutes. I think sometimes I tend to go quite a bit above that. The first thing I'd like to do is I'd like to thank the school board of CCSD and Board President Aspis and all the members of the board for working with me this year, for allowing me to make mistakes and to grow, and hopefully they'll continue to allow me to make those mistakes, and those mistakes will be fewer and fewer as I get more involved with this role. I also want to thank all the communities. I felt support from all three of our communities, from Newcomb, Shiprock, and Kirtland, and I appreciate that because we are looking out for your communities. I hope you know that. Also to the staff of Central Consolidated, it's been a pleasure this year working with you and serving you, and I want to just thank all of you. That includes everybody in administrative offices and all of our schools and throughout our school communities. I just want to mention just a few things that are coming up. You might have noticed on the agenda, there's a couple things that refer to the Newcomb projects. We are really looking forward to breaking some ground for Newcomb Elementary and eventually Newcomb Middle and High School. And we hope to see those projects move forward quicker, as quickly as possible. And also Sabatai Middle School, I'm traveling to Santa Fe. Candace Thompson and I will present before the Public School Capital Outlay Commission, the PSCOC, for funding for that, state funding for that project to go along with our own funding. And again, we want to begin construction of that project as well as the Newcomb project as soon as possible because construction costs are rising, and the cost of these projects continue to go up, which is very difficult right now because our tax base is also decreasing. So I just wanted to bring that up about projects. I also wanted to mention we have been continuing with making employees feel welcome. We did pass out some retention stipends already, and I've already gotten some thanks in. Not that they had very much to do with myself. Those thanks need to go to the people who do control the purse strings and who approve those stipends and those bonuses, and of course that's the school board. So thank you for that. Without their approval, those don't happen. And I think people sort of lose sight of that. They think that it's just some sort of largesse by some district. Maybe it doesn't have much to do with the superintendent at all. So I'm not taking credit for it. I'm just saying that we're going to do those things, and the board's going to continue to support everybody. We want everybody to feel appreciated. We want all staff to feel appreciated. We want to make sure that happens in all school sites. Sometimes that does not happen, and we're going to do our best to change that. So we will be conducting surveys in the next school year to see what we need to improve on at all sites, whether they be school sites or district sites. Last Thursday, we presented some data. Just want to say some things about that. Our students are not exactly where we want them to be, and they haven't been for quite some time. But that's something we're going to continue to present. The expectation is always going to be that our students can perform at levels of other students. And I know that the teachers who are listening to this, who care about students in our district, they believe that as well. And I hope the board believes that as well. Matter of fact, I know they do. We're going to continue to make those presentations, and we're going to continue to expect gains and progress. We will expect that from principals, we will expect that from teachers, and we're going to hold people accountable for that. Last, I do look forward to working with the school board the coming school year to continue doing what's best for CCSD students. Again, thanks everybody, and that's all I have for this evening.
That was more than 3 minutes. No, I was kidding. Okay, we are going on to item 4, reports. So we'll start off with item A, school year 2023-2024 school district operating budget by Jerry Sutherland, our Herbie. Oh, okay.
Good evening, school board, board president Aspis, board members, Superintendent Carlson. My name is Herbie Ellison, and I'm from the finance department. I will be presenting the budget presentation for the operational fund that we are requesting for approval. And the first part of the presentation has the various different legislative impacts, and there's several of them that I listed. First one being the HB 127 education assistant salary increase, and then the HB 130 K through 12 plus program increasing the number of instructional hours, HB 134 menstrual products in the school bathroom, HB 199 increased school at-risk index. Slide 2, HB 533, which is the school group insurance contribution, requires the district to pay at least up to 80% of health insurance premium for employees earning less than $50,000, at least 70% for employees earning between $50,000 and $60,000, at least 60% for employees earning $60,000 or more. And I have noted in the last bullet there that our school district actually pays 80% for all employees as of July 2022, so the beginning of the current fiscal year. Slide 3, SB 131, public school funding changes to improve school districts' access to public school capital outlay funding, which is essentially the funding formula. SB 397, school-based health care center calls on schools to create and operate school-based health clinics, which we do have an MOU with IHS to provide these services so that students can access this. SB 450, school coach CPR and AED training for athletic coaches. I believe this is already a part of their licensure requirement. And the next slide is going to be a summary for the unit value for our SEG funding. Our unit value has been set to $790.75, or 14.5% higher than the current school year. with the unit value of $6,241.67. With our total units being 9,833.794, our total SEG allocation is $61,379,297 for our operational fund. And I have an error there. Our actual increase in the SEG funding is $3,329,047. So that's the difference between our current year and our proposal for next year. Other costs to consider is going to be the increase in property and workman's comp, which is an increase of about $262,000. And then the increase in the employer ERB percentage from 17.5% to 18.5%, or I'm sorry, 17.15% to 18.15%. And then our next slide is going to be a summary of the proposed expenditures by function for the operational fund. Our SAG allocation is 61 million. However, with our cash balance, our total proposal for the 11,000 comes up to 109,321,716. This slide here summarizes by function the allocation amount for instruction, support services, central services, operations and maintenance, student transportation, capital outlay, and food services. This next slide is a comparison of the budget between the current school year FY 22-23 and the proposed year of 23-24. Our current school year, our budget approval was for $104,791,951, an increase of just short of $5 million, up to the $109 million. And it's side by side for each of the different functions. Our last slide is going to be a summary of the salaries and utilities. So of the $109 million, $83 million goes toward benefits, salaries, and utilities. 46% makes up our salaries, 17% makes up our benefits, and 13% makes up our utilities. And then the second attachment that was provided is the same information, but on a larger sheet. Do you have that one? Yeah. It's probably that one there, yeah. Yep. So the first page is what was already part of the slide. I just included it for view. The second one is the same. The third page is the actual numbers from what has been provided in the OBMS system for PED. So this report here has a summary of all of our budget information for all of the funds, including the 11,000, all of the federal flow-through grants, the federal direct grants, the state flow-through grants, special revenue, and debt service. Combining all dollar amounts for our budget, our grand total is $218,128,661. stand for questions.
Can you go back? Okay, right there, Sharon. I was just looking at the Carl Perkins. Okay. Any questions, board members?
Board President,
Go ahead.
Superintendent, have we ever made any attempts to work with NTUA regarding our rate that the district is charged? I believe at one
I
point in
think there
time,
was.
I had heard that, at least here with NTUA, the more you use, the more they charge you. And in some municipalities, like in Farmington, the more you use, the less they charge you. Well, I'm just curious as if we've ever made any attempt to sit with them on regards to the use of their utilities and certainly the rate that we're being charged. Thank you.
I'm going to defer that question if I can get some help from a friend here. I know Candace Thompson probably has a little bit more knowledge of that. I wasn't aware that as you use more, that the actual rates would go up.
I'm gonna have to stop this.
Sure.
We'll just go with this one presenter and not have to tag team.
Okay.
And that's how we end up getting, going home at midnight.
Okay, I can go ahead and
So-
I can get back to you on that then
Yeah.
and let you know. And if it's something we haven't done, absolutely, we'll sit at the table and see if we can lower rates. My assumption would be that they have their own rates and there's not like a lot of haggling you would do. But if my assumption's incorrect, then we'll do that.
Okay. Thank you, Candace.
Any other questions?
Any other questions, board members, that Herbie can answer?
I have no
I don't
question.
have any questions, thank you.
Board member George?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. So we'll go on to item B.
Okay, thank you. That'll be Nadine with Dream Denny that's going to present for Dream Denny.
Item B, school year 2023-2024 Dream Danette Charter School operating budget by Charlotte, and you said who? Charlotte Archuleta, it says.
I think she said Nadine. Nadine's the principal. This is Charlotte.
Yes, go ahead, Charlotte.
Okay, can somebody give me access to share? Oh, okay, there it is. If you can just make it bigger, there you go. So all of the legislative changes apply to the charter as well that Herbie presented. And we have 3.5 FTEs in direct instruction. We have 3 teachers and 1 educational assistant. There's 85% of our operational budget is in direct instruction. Our total operational budget is $458,456.91. We have a carryover of $357,852.59. And you can go ahead and scroll down if you want. And just stop me if you have any questions. So we have our administrative, but go ahead.
Board President,
Go ahead.
so who are we listening to at this time?
We are on item B, 4B, section 4, item B. And this is Dream Danette Charter School operating budget by Charlotte Archuleta.
Okay, all right, I'm just clarifying, that's all I'm doing, thank you. Make sure I heard right. I appreciate it.
Okay, Charlotte.
Okay, we have, our admin budget is 133,000. Our clerical staff is 45,000. You can go ahead and scroll down. We have, just go up. We have our total budget of 816,000, which includes our carryover. We have our food service budget, 80,000. Title I this year has dropped considerably from 48,000 to 15,000. We have our Idea B budget of 6,019. Our Title II budget of 2,723. We used up all of our CARES Act funding, so we will not, we do not have any more CARES Act funding. You can go ahead and scroll down, please. Some more, that's all CARES Act. We don't have any more CARES Act. Okay, we got some Title VII funding for next year. It's 10,431. Some GOB library funds, 2,120. And we have the community schools implementation grant. We did get the award, but it didn't come in time for this budget, but it's $200,000 and we'll add it after the new year. We have the Indian Ed grant, which is 90,000, and that is also going to be awarded next year. We received the Indigenous Education Grant, Initiative Grant. This is also a grant that we will be getting next year for 200,000. You can go ahead and scroll down. We received the bilingual multicultural grant for 27,000. We have another grant for, it's the Indigenous Education HB2 grant for 52,000. We have the Indigenous Education Initiative for 200,000. And we have a carryover for SB 9 funds of $945. I believe that's it. Any questions on our budget?
Yes, I have a question, but any questions, comments, board members?
I have no questions, Madam President.
Okay, my question is, your audit, is it the same as CCSD's?
Well, you're our authorizer, so we're considered a component unit, so we fall under your audit.
Okay, I was just wondering, I thought maybe you guys need to get your own, or it's just a question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Go ahead, board member.
Ms. Archuleta, if I'm not mistaken, you guys are part of NACA, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you receive any funding from them?
Sometimes we do, but we didn't receive very much this year.
Okay. All right, yeah, I was just curious, since you're part of that consortium, if they assist you with funding.
Yes, they do.
All righty, thank you.
Any more questions, comments, board members? Okay, thank
I
you.
don't have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Archuleta.
You're welcome. And I just wanted to let you all know that our school calendar mimics the central consolidated because you provide our food service for our students. So our calendar's the same.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
So we'll go on to, so we amended and said earlier that item C, which is CCSD 2022 audit report, will be tabled till next time. And so we'll go on to item D, bar, pre-approvals for 2023, 2024 by Herbie Allison. Was that Herb? Okay. Who's doing it, Pete? I don't know.
Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
She could do it if she wants. Well, thank you, Board President Aspis, those board members who are online, Ms. Haskey, Secretary Wells, Ms. George, and Mr. Montoya, and of course, Mr. Carlson, colleagues, and any staff here that are present or online. So this is a yearly memo that the Finance Department sends to the board for approval. The memo is pretty in detailed of what this is for. It's just to any bars that need to be sent to the Public Education Department between now and the end of the fiscal year. So that way we can get the year closed out and get ready for this next fiscal year, the budget that you just saw there. So it's just in case we need to submit any bars. As you, in the work session, there were a plethora of bars that were submitted last Thursday night, very similar tonight. That's what we're looking at. Like we said, those are bars that go before the board. That way there's no, that we can get those sent to the PED. Thank you.
Mr. Deswood, can you give that to us in layman's terms?
Yes, absolutely, ma'am. So in case we need to move any money to any of the accounts, in case there's an overage or there's too much money or not enough money in an account, it's just to move money to cover any expenses to close out this year.
Okay, what's the time frame?
It's just between now and the end of this calendar or this fiscal year.
What's the fiscal year?
So
End of
end
fiscal
of
year.
June 30th, midnight.
Okay, June 30th.
June 30th.
So you want pre-approval in case this bar action needs to take place, and you want pre-approval so that you're allowed to do this and so I hope the board understands, and I'll open it up for questions, comments.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
if I may, Mr. Deswood, all this is doing is granting the opportunity to move the money to ballot budget, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a comment to make and a concern. I don't like it. I feel like it's almost a blank check getting passed around. And hey, where's my image? And
Oh, yes. Yeah, the purse. Yes.
and I'm talking about a money bag. Arrows going out of it, arrows coming into it. And at the bottom it says tell board. And I feel very strongly about that as a board member, my opinion as a board member. And so, how can you reassure us that, maybe that's a poor analogy to use, yes, things have to get done, yes, to close out and things like that, but how are we assured?
Thank you for the question. We actually have a really good accounting finance department, and they do a really good job of making sure that purchase orders are in place, money is being spent wisely, then it goes through to the procurement process. There's all these levels. I'm not too sure what DAC stands for, but there's this DAC that we have to, everybody from finance to, it goes through this whole approval process. And then, of course, since I've been the interim finance director, even tonight I traveled for Mr. Carlson, I signed off on it. So there's multiple stages for the money to be accounted for and to be justified, verified, and yeah.
Good evening. If I could add to Mr. Deswood's statement, we have to report these bars on the next board meeting. So they have to get documented. That's to be in compliant both with the PED and also with the audit. So we still have to bring them back. So if we, this is actually for next year. The board approved one in September for FY 22-23. And so we still bring all of those adjustments to the board for review and approval. And it has to be noted on the board agenda. So that's the controls piece of it.
Okay, and the reason why I bring that up, and yes, you're correct in those actions happening before, but I just keep thinking about the audit and the findings, and so, it's, that's what concerns me, and if we can stay away from findings and make sure, I'm fine. But it always goes back to when we do have when we do have a finding, it goes back to that process, somehow that process. And I surely don't want the board to be part of that process that failed. So, and I just, that's my comment, and I'll open it up again. Board members, any questions, comments?
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
in looking over these information that I received, it appears that that they are requesting approval of this in order to meet New Mexico PED. They have to receive the dates that it is approved by us. It says that New Mexico Public Education Department and provide bars to them in a timely manner. The district is required to let PED know when the local school board approves the bars when reporting through the state's operating budget management system. It appears to me from what I've read of this that we are approving this so that they can close out the budget. Is that correct?
Yes, so there's two areas. One is that the PED has a deadline of June 14th, I believe, or I'm sorry, July 14th is what I believe that it is. And so between now and the next board meeting, we have some closing out to do with our budget. And then, so it allows us to still be in compliant with the PED side. And then we would bring those bars in July for review and approval by the board. That's the reason why there's that gap in, normally we would have to bring all of those bars to the board meetings and have them on the agenda, but since the next board meeting is about a month out from now, and their deadline is in between that timeline, it allows us to still be in compliant. That's one area. A second area is that when we get awarded, like for grants, sometimes there's a deadline where they want that award letter entered into the OBMS system right away so that we can have the budget process and have the funding available so that we can make purchases. So that's the other part of it that this helps us with in the finance department, so that it gives us access to the funding sooner and allows schools or departments to spend that funding.
And that's for the coming year,
Yes,
so that we'll be on top of it ahead of time?
yes.
Thank
It
you.
has helped us very much in this current year.
So this bar approval then gives you authority to balance the books last year's and provide funding for the coming year
Yes,
to get a head start on starting this.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Did she give you any kind of authority to continue?
She didn't say anything to me.
You referenced a letter from the PD regarding this?
We just noted it in the letter.
Okay, what's the date of the letter?
Oh, it is, well, they posted it on our website from the PED side. It's the one that they sent out, I want to say like 2 months ago. It's on, there's the deadlines that are listed for the operational and then for the grant side. So the operational is July 14th, and then the grants is a little bit longer, I believe, but just by like a week. So the deadline for like the decreased bars, the transfer bars, those were all June 30th, but maintenance bars they're allowing us to do those into July.
So let me just repeat that. For the decrease in transfer is June 30th, just the end of the fiscal year
Yeah,
at midnight.
yes.
I like that. And then the maintenance deadline is July
I believe it's July 14th.
14th.
Yep.
July 14th. Thank you.
I had no more questions, Madam President. They answered all mine.
So, this, sorry, so this letter is dated June 13, and did we not have a meeting? When was our work session?
June 15th, ma'am.
Yeah, so why wasn't it brought to our attention?
I
then?
submitted this June 13th, just in case it was going to be put on the work session on Thursday night, but it was because it calls for a vote
Mhm.
and board approval. That's why it got kicked to the regular scheduled board meeting, which is tonight. But it was just preparing and getting all the documents ready to submit for the board deadline.
Okay. All right. Any questions, comments, board members? So we'll go on to item D. Or, no, item E. Request for 24-hour deposit alternative plan. And is that you?
Yeah,
That's
that's
what-
me again, yes.
Okay.
I did sign at the bottom as the interim finance director or director of finance. This one is in regards to the statutory requirements under 6.20.2.14 NMAC. This is for an exception from the statute that we're looking at. So the proposal is to have an armored car vehicle courier service assist with depositing funds from our different sites, rural sites. Also, any sites, the money will be stored in a vault securely. Once there's an amount that's $300 or more, it'll be done within 24 hours, picked up by that armored car courier. Anything less than 300 will be kept in the vault until there is $300, and then that can be picked up and delivered to the bank. And again, this is a memo that is that needs approval of the board, and this will be addressed to the New Mexico Public Education Department Director of School Budget, Ms. Sarah Cordova, and CC Susan Benavides, Executive Budget Analyst Principal.
Madam
Stand for
President, I
questions.
have a question.
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
When the funds exceed $300, and then a deposit is to be made, who is the courier, and what's the facilities provided for that? Hopefully there's more than one courier doing that at a time, so that you have the
checks and balances.
so that one personnel is
Oh,
not
okay.
is not left with the responsibility to carry those funds.
The courier service is through Wells Fargo, and so we use a courier service down at the schools down south in Newcomb area, and they actually pick up on Mondays and Wednesdays. So we usually have them come out after the weekend, and that's to be available, say for athletics. If we're doing collections for a game, then they come in on Mondays and Wednesdays. Or I'm sorry, I think it was Mondays and Tuesdays, but they do come out twice a week. So they come and collect the funding.
So we're not talking about an in-house.
No, it's not in-house.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the money is, deposits are put in a bag, and then the amount is recorded. Then that bag is deposited into a vault. Once that deposit is made, the employee cannot access it until the courier comes by and picks up the money.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
So this memo is requesting for an exception to the 24-hour rule so that we remain in compliance, mainly due to the schools that we have down south that are further out.
That's all I have, Madam President.
Okay, and with that courier, since apparently we do banking with Wells Fargo, is that something they offer for free?
We do pay a service fee.
What's that service fee?
The service fee is on a contract, and I actually don't know the dollar amount exactly.
Do you know when that was set up?
We've had that at least 5 or 6 years. It was set up when Dr. Tishan was the finance director. okay, yeah, maybe more 8 years.
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
And the only thing that you're asking here is that we extend the 24 hours until we receive a $300 amount or more.
What we're asking for is the board's support to have us send this letter to PED to let them know that we have the support of the board, that we do have a process in place, that it is outside the 24-hour rule, but we still have the controls in place for it.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions, comments, board members? Do a Wi-Fi check. Vice President Haskell?
I don't have any.
Okay. Board Member George?
I do have a question. Mr. Carlson, how would this reflect negatively from New Mexico PED asking for, sending this letter in regards to submitting a deposit after the requirements that the PED has out now? That's my only concern, is the negativity back from it, because we've already been, they kind of got after us for having supposedly a cash reserve. So I'm worried about the negative response from that.
Thank you, Board Member George, President Aspis, members of the board. I don't believe that it would affect us negatively at all. I think what would happen is that would give us the option of having that in place, and we wouldn't be dinged because we would have that letter in place. So I think it's a good thing. The only thing that could happen is they could deny it, which I think it's fairly standard, so they really wouldn't. That's a good question, though. Good.
Thank you for the clarification.
Board Member Montoya?
No question, but I believe, what was about a month or 2 months ago, we went over the same point of the document, if I'm not mistaken, in regards to, and I think there was a question about the PED at that time as well, so thank you.
I have a comment. So I believe we've come to where there's just really no way around it. And this is the only one, the courier service is only for the schools down south. But to be transparent here, I did get question on the cost of that courier service, and this was earlier, I believe during the winter time, but can you bring that information next month on the cost, the history of that? And so we can hear the presentation, and then just for our audience sake, I believe this is in order to stay without findings in our finance system grading. This is something that we're going to have to do, and in order to be in compliance. So thank you. And, so, I guess in this scenario, you're saying the pickup is on Monday and Wednesday.
I believe, yes, I believe it is Monday and Wednesday.
And so what if you don't have 300 on Wednesday and that all of a sudden on Friday you have 300? Is there a special?
We do sometimes have the finance staff that come in from Newcomb or either Noshchity, and they will make that deposit. And they do get reimbursed for mileage for that if they have something that they feel like needs to be brought in. We've had that in the past where they do collections for fundraising or they do a sale of some sort that if they feel like it's more than what they want to keep on hand, then they'll bring those deposits to the bank.
So why can't that continue?
Part of it is working with the employees, giving them an option so that, I know there was a concern of them having to leave the school and coming into Shiprock to make that deposit. So it's an opportunity to work with the school so that they can still be at the location to do their responsibilities, and then they don't have to come into Shiprock to make those deposits frequently.
Yes, and then there was a report done or asked about mail carrier. And do we have that set up now?
We have a couple of staff that help with the mail delivery. We have one there in Shiprock that picks up the mail from the post office and then brings it to the district office. We also have, the employee also goes out to all the schools and picks up the inter-office mail from the locations and brings them and deliver them. So we do have we have 2 people that tag team on that.
So why can't they help in that area instead of a courier?
With the cash handling process, there's a tracking of the exchange of the deposits. So sometimes if there's cash in there, in order for that money to not just be handed from person to person, it would be just the one area that it would end, and so that it doesn't continue to go between other folks. So to minimize the number of people that the deposit goes through.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any more questions, comments, board members?
Board President, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Carlson, isn't the money that's handled and bagged up after the count's done and completed and all signatures are signed, doesn't that money go into a locked bag, money bag that's got like a padlock on it? And I know I've seen that, so why couldn't that be given to the carriers within the district if needed, like Ms. Aspis had gave an example of?
If that's the case, it would need to be counted again, is that what you're saying? That the money handling process would already be taken care of?
No, after the process of counting the money and the money's put in the clear plastic bag and it's sealed and then it gets put in storage to say, I guess, or the safe, it's put into another bag, like a bank bag that's got a lock on it. And when it's in that locked case, our little bag with the padlock on it, that should be okay for the carriers within the district to pick it up if needed and taken to the bank, because there's no access, because you have to have a special key or to open it.
Did you catch that, Herbie? Could you answer that? Go ahead.
I was just going to repeat the question. So, Board Member George, what you're asking is that if we don't use the courier service and we use the employee, then the employee would come to make that deposit at the bank, correct?
Yes, just like, say there was a game on Thursday night and there wasn't a deposit until Friday, and with the district employee that does the mail, goes and drops off the mail at the school in Newcomb, and then they pick up that money, and it's already in a sealed money carrier bag that's locked, is what I'm saying, and they transport it and take it to the bank for deposit.
It could be done. I mean, there's no reason why it wouldn't be. I mean, we would have to dedicate that employee to that process. As an option, if you do want a comparison.
I would like to pull this item and move to 5 so that we can discuss and vote. Because I understand what the finances is dealing with, but again, I don't like continuing to put in place, signing over our powers as a board, and that's what concerns me. But again, this has been a reoccurring issue, so if we can do that, so we'll put it on item 5 and have a discussion. And I'm just glad that I didn't hear other districts are doing this. I don't accept that kind of facts, and but our district is unique, and so we'll do that, and we'll go on to item F. Is that you again, Peter?
Yes, ma'am, it is. This is some of the maintenance things, end of year stuff that we're looking at. Again, this is end of year transfers. The Finance and Accounting Department is requesting approval for end of year budget line item adjustments that are due to the Public Education Department, PED, after the June 20th, 2023 school board meeting. So our office will be continuing to process budget transfers for the upcoming year end, so essentially close out. So final transfer between line items are necessary to ensure the budget line items are not in the negative, in addition to transfers between line items. It may be necessary to make temporary interfund loans or permanent transfers of funds from the operational fund to funds that do not have cash receipts to cover expenditures due to spending and reimbursement requirements from some grants. So these budget adjustments, temporary inter-fund loans or permanent transfers may be necessary in order to comply with state statute and to avoid audit findings. Again, this is just another memo that is done yearly. Did Siri pick up? I guess Siri heard my voice over there. But anyway, we're putting this in place. One of them is it's another memo to the board. Then we're requesting approval so that this can be done
This is requesting authorization to use 11,000 money to cover grant money that PED is going to reimburse.
Yes. As of June 30th.
And you said that we have deficits in some of those grant expenditures now. Is that
Yes, it'll, as of June 30th, on that date, when we close out the accounting system, it'll show that negative amount because the reimbursement has not come in from PED yet. And so that negative amount will be offset by that positive amount from the 11,000.
and there is sufficient funds in the
Yes.
11,000 to cover those deficits?
Yes.
Thank you.
Superintendent Carlson, with all of that said, can you, and I want to hear from you, if you don't mind. How was this done before? End of the year transfers?
I think it's done this exact same way. I think this is very standard to
By-
make sure that takes place.
By this memo?
Mhm.
They put this memo in place to,
It's very standard, right? Yeah.
okay. Because you're new, so I
Thank
want to
you.
know. Any more questions, comments?
I do have one question.
Go ahead.
When PED then reimburses those grants and those, will the money be transferred back into the 11,000 fund?
Yes, it'll be deposited back into our bank account.
Okay.
Board Member George?
No comment, thank you.
Board Member Montoya?
No question, just a comment in regards to that this process has been done every year that I've been on the board. Again, it's just a matter of balancing the budget per the PED recommendation. And then again, as the question was answered, as far as making those areas that were moved from whole again once the budget is received after July. Thank you.
Vice President Haskey?
I seem to remember the same thing, that this is what we've done in the past. So I don't have any further questions about this process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Deswood and Miss Allison. So we'll go on to item G. Budget adjustment journal entries, 11,000 operational 0141. D, and item 2, 12,000 teacherage. 3, 21,000 food services. 4, 22,000 athletics. 5, 23,000 non-instructional support. 6, 25, 145 impact aid special education. 7, 25, 147 impact aid Indian education. Item 8, 25, 147 impact aid Indian education. Item 9, 25, 201 Navajo Nations. 10, 31, 100 Geo Bond Building. 11-31-701 capital improvement, SB 9 local. Item 12-31-701 capital improvement, SB 9 local. 13-31-703 SB 9 state match cash. 14-41,000 GO debt services, and number 15-41,000 GO debt services. And who's doing this?
I can do it. So first, we'll do the 21,000 account. This is a budget adjustment request. This is an increase. This was similar to what we talked about. These are all those budget adjustments. This is for $1,493 and $1,493,192. Again, this is an increase bar to match fiscal year 2022 audited cash balance. Okay, so next we'll go to the 2,300. This is an increase as well, and this is for $1,109,148. This increase bar to match fiscal year 22 audited cash balance. Next, we'll go to 11,000 operational. This is a decrease.
On that 2,200, that was the athletics?
2,200.
I mean, 22,000, I'm sorry.
The 23,000 was non-instructional support.
Okay.
Okay. The next one is there's a decrease in the 11,000 operational. That was a decrease for $5,675,422. This decrease bar to match the audited fiscal year 2022 cash amount. Next, we'll go to the 12,000 teacherage account. This is a decrease as well for $206,671. So this decrease bar to match audited fiscal year 2022 cash as well. The next one is the 22,000 athletics account. This is an increase of $45,864. Again, this increase is to match the fiscal year 2022 audited cash amount. The next one is an increase in the 25,145 account, and this is impact aid, special education. This is an increase of $88,579. Again, this is to align with the fiscal year 2022 audited cash balance. Next, we'll take a look at the 31,100. This is an increase of $23,288. This bar is to increase to align with the fiscal year 2022 audited cash balance. Next, we have the 25,147. This is impact aid, American Indian education. This is an increase to $536,036. Again, increase bar to match audited cash balance at end of fiscal year 2022. Next, we'll look at the 31,701 capital improvements, SB 9 local. Again, this is an increase of $510,754. Bar increase to match fiscal year 2022 audited cash balance. The next one is 31,703. This is an increase.
May I stop you?
Yes.
So, did you read both of the impact aid?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So why is there two of them different, or?
One of them is for Indian education, and the other one is for special education. The 25145 and 25147.
Okay.
This one, again, the 31,703 is SB 9 match cash. Again, this is an increase of $989,921. Increase bar to match fiscal year 22 audited cash balance. Next, we'll take a look at the 41,000 account. This is the Go debt service.
Is that GO?
Yes, the GO. GO.
I just got that straightened out, so
I hope I didn't confuse
don't
you,
say
board.
go now. Say GO.
GO, okay. So this is an increase of $173,656. So this increased bar to align with fiscal year 2022 audited cash balance. Okay, next we'll look at the 25201. This is the Navajo Nation. This is an increase in $12,390, increased bar for audit cash.
And
Next
Navajo Nations, meaning JOM?
So this one is, this is the wellness. This is under the support service students,
Meaning,
meaning, just one sec, ma'am. May we come back to that one? I'll read these out.
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that one last. So let's take a look. Here's another. This is the one you were talking about, 25-147, Impact Aid Indian Education. This is a transfer of zero, transfer for year-end expenditure. So there was a $0 amount. We also have another, the 41,000 GO debt service. This is another transfer for zero. This is a transfer for year-end expenditures. And then again, the 31,701 capital improvements, SB 9 locale. Again, this is a transfer for $0, transfer for year-end expenses. And now we're doing a little bit of research really quick on this 25201 account.
So the Navajo Nation is that 100,000 that we get from IHS with the wellness that's normally used down in Shiprock at the pool for the PT with the IHS.
okay, so we get 100,000 from them. And
Yeah,
this
this
is-
one is just,
Okay,
this is just to match the audit report that we had just finished up.
okay, yeah, my first thought was JOM or even Impact Aid, you know, but can we put on there IHS or not?
This is system generated from OBMS, the bar, the name of the bar. It's the way that they name it.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments, board members?
I have no questions.
Vice President Haskey?
I don't have any questions either.
Board Member George?
No question, sorry.
Okay, Board Member Montoya?
No questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go on to item H, request for authorization to dispose of property of IT equipment and devices disposal by Leandro Victorina.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Good evening, Board President Aspis and members of the board and Superintendent Carlson. My name is Michael Thomas. I'm the technology coordinator here at Central. The technology department is requesting authorization to dispose of the following items that are on the spreadsheets attached. I believe there are 24 pallets. Most of the items there are outdated, obsolete, or pretty much broken beyond repair. And many of them consist of desktops, printers, projectors, and old UPS batteries and APs. And take note that some of these devices in the spreadsheet as well date back to 2005, and pretty much in this day and age with technology evolving, pretty much wouldn't stay up with our current technology. So that's pretty much why we're wanting to dispose of them at this point. And upon board approval, we're looking to auction or recycle these items.
Was it Thomas? Michael Thomas?
Yes, Michael Thomas.
Yeah, go ahead and read them off.
Okay.
No, I'm
we
just
can
kidding.
Oh, you want me? I can read them.
159 of them.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. It's actually, yeah, like I said, 24 pages of that, and so some of them are longer than others. But just a quick rundown. Like I said, it's pretty much old computer workstations, monitors, printers, projectors, and everything probably back about 10 years back as well.
Okay, so from page 9, there's nothing, 10, nothing, and 11, there's just a column of zero value.
I think,
What?
yeah, I think it was actually the format in that section right there.
Okay.
And unfortunately, with some of those older ones, I don't think we could get the actual price of them back then compared to what it would be now. I'm pretty sure it'd be nothing at this point.
Okay. And so I'm trying to get to the end of the list here.
159 pages.
Yeah. So any of those tablets, was there any from, like, say, in the last 2 to 3 years?
No.
Okay. Okay. Any questions, board members? Comments?
I just have a quick question.
Go ahead.
What is the normal or typical life of computers and computer monitors in this day and age?
Well, we recently went through a refresh right now, but most of those monitors are pretty much the monitors that we are actually auctioning off. Let's say, for instance, don't have the latest connections that we currently need for our, let's say, our Mac Minis or our Google Chrome boxes. Those all take HDMI inputs, which those do not have. So that's the reason why we're kind of phasing those out. But I mean, it could vary depending on how long they last, 1 year, 2 year, but we try to get them based on like a 3-year, 4-year cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member George?
No questions, thank you.
Board Member Montoya?
I guess not so much a question, but a comment that we're really at the mercy of the advancement of technology, that these things get phased out or obsolete. Would that be a correct statement, Mr. Thomas?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
That we are at the mercy of the technology, the advancement of the technology, and them becoming obsolete much, much sooner than later.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
And we'll go on to item I. Request for authorization to dispose of property by Candace Thompson and Cindy Theodore.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Mr. Carlson. Tonight we come before you and ask that the 6 portables be removed from our inventory for disposal. and then also one activity bus.
Any questions? Are you done?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Any questions?
Actually, let me correct myself, Board President. There are 6 double portables that we are removing from inventory, and then also 1 single portable unit.
Say that again.
So 6 double units, and then 1 single portable unit. So 7 portables total that we would like removed from inventory, along with the 1 activity bus.
Question, Madam President.
Go ahead.
Where are these portables located now?
Board President, Secretary Wells, these portables are at Shiprock High School, Kirtland Elementary School, Bond Wilson, and Kirtland High School. They're units that aren't being utilized at this time.
Not even a storage space?
They are used as storage.
That's facetious, I'm sorry.
We're getting out of our hoarding phase, Secretary Wells.
Okay. 7. How many portables do we have?
7 total.
In the district?
I believe, if I remember correctly, I believe we have 48 or 49 portables throughout the district.
And this is just a start then, right?
This is just a start, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Using the new math.
Yes, using the new math.
Good riddance to the portables.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, comments, board members?
None.
Okay, we'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
To item J, discussion of increase in homeless student rates and possible solutions by Alfreda Harvey and Raquel Brown.
Good evening, Board President, ASPIS members of the board, and Superintendent Carlson. This is Alfreda Harvey, and I'm going to be doing a presentation. We'll just get started. Next slide. So the first few slides, we're going to be doing a quick review. Should it take, and then you have copies of these slides so you can look at it more in depth. The McKinney-Vento program came from the Homeless Assistance Act, and back in 1987, it became federal law. So as a law in practice, it serves Elementary Secondary Education Act as part of that. It provides children with fair, equitable, and high-quality education. And this Every Student Success Act of 2015 also is a piece of that act, and ensures that children experiencing homelessness have access to the same free, appropriate public education and public preschool education and related services as their permanently housed peers, so that they can have equal opportunity in pursuit of academic standards. Next slide. Our McKinney-Vento definition of homelessness is individuals who lack fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence, children who are sharing housing with other people due to loss of housing, economic hardship, who are living at hotels, park, camping grounds, who lack alternative adequate accommodations, are living in emergency transitional shelters, abandoned in health and hospitals. Those are children and youth who are primary nighttime residents, and that is in a public or private place not designated or ordinarily used as regular sleeping accommodations. Children and youth who are living in cars, parks, public places, abandoned buildings, standard supplies, substandard housing, bus or train stations or similar settings, and migratory children who also qualify for homeless for the purpose of the subtitles that we just mentioned. And homeless student rights. Our students are enrolled and attend classes while the school arranges for transfer of required school records and documents. So students' rights also include enroll and attend. They can be enrolled and attend classes even while the school or parent is seeking to resolve a dispute over their enrollment. They must be immediately enrolled in school without permanent address. They can go to school no matter where the student lives or how long he has lived in a certain area, and they have the right to receive transportation to his or her school of origin as long as the student is homeless or deemed homeless, or if the student becomes permanently housed, receive transportation until the end of the school year. So Rachel, do you want to go over this?
Sure. Good evening, Board President Aspis, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. I'm Rachel Brown. I work side by side with Alfreda. So here with our homeless program, we do provide a shopping voucher for our students to shop in Farmington. They get to select their own clothing that they want. They receive backpacks that are filled with school supplies, and when they enroll in our program, I work closely with the foster care system in Farmington, here on Navajo Nation, and the shelters in Farmington in case our families do need those assistance. They have every right to come to any of our schools, participate in any programs that are available there for them. A few of the partnerships that we have worked with is Echo Food Bank. They give food bags to us for our students. We work with the shelters again, work closely with Dana Malone at PED under the homeless, and she gives us information regarding the homeless program for schooling. If we have any questions, Alfreda works closely with the continuing education part of it. We support our families and the community members who are experiencing difficulties, any kind of difficulties. We try to help them resolve that situation, whatever the case may be. We actively do workshops for those families to come into the program. We help them get established in any way we can. Next slide. Currently, right now, our numbers for this physical school year, we had 384 students. As you can see, they're broken down by grade level. And if a student or family has a child in Head Start and daycare, we cannot deny them. Therefore, we have 10 students that are in our program that are either attending a local Head Start or daycare program. And again, it's broken down by region, how many students are registered or are put into Power School for homeless program, for the McKinney-Vento program. Again, that's broken down by numbers. The numbers of families we do serve are listed there as well, and we do keep a spreadsheet of what families receive: clothing, food pantry, gentle clothing. If we refer them out to different resources, all of that is notated in that particular spreadsheet. Next slide. And just a glimpse of, just to share a little synopsis of some of the families we work with. We've worked and I've encountered families who have been living in cars, tents, storage units, homes with no utilities. Going back to that one with the home with no utilities, we are partnering with Farmington School District, and they gave us 2 solar panels for these 2 particular families. We have families who have no beds. We've worked with APS and got 2 families. Among the 2 years that we've had the home McKinney-Vento program, we've helped 6 families get wood stoves in their home. They put it in, help them get that. There's no place for them to shower. And here in our community, in our regions, multi-generational homes are unique. A lot of our families are living 3, 4 families in one household. Sometimes they're living in a 3-bedroom with 3 families. They're living with relatives, with grandparents. And with that, our students are experiencing, hand-me-downs, and their clothes are worn, no jackets, especially in the winter. They want to join sports, but they don't have the equipment, the shoes. And then this school year, we've had 25 of our McKinney-Vento students graduate. They're either going to trade schools, they're going to work, they're enrolled in community college, and one gentleman is enlisted in the military. We've talked to them about different opportunities, scholarships, applying for FAFSA, and this is where the counselors come in and speak closely with them on that as well, so they're doing a great job there. 90+% of our students are being promoted to the next grade level. The attendance has improved this year from last year. I frequently do follow-ups, and they sometimes if they don't answer my phone call, I text them, and then they respond right away, and they'll be like, oh, it's you, come calling me again to see how my kid, and I do check on Power School to see how their students are doing. If I notice there's maybe 2 or 3 absences, I'll call the parents like, hey, what's going on? Is there something I can do? Is there something I can help with the counselor? And another success story we have a family that is living in a Hogan. We've reached out to a resource, and they're getting a floor built in their Hogan. It was a dirt floor. They have a child that's in a wheelchair, so they're getting that support. They're getting renovations in their home as well. One family that was homeless for a year and a half moved into their home 2 months ago, so they have a home there. And then we work closely with the shelters in Farmington, and that family did lose their home, but we're very fortunate that they're transporting those students that are stationed in Farmington to their local school district, and that's really helping us there. Next slide. Alfreda?
Thank you for the recap, Rachel. There's so much more stories like what Rachel had just shared. Those are just a few of the highlights that we wanted to share with you. But in response to what it is that we're doing, we made some recommendations for additional support we thought would be great and very helpful to our program. So one, we need the bigger space for food, clothing, pantry, and supplies and the equipment that we're getting. We are very packed into the modular building that we have that was provided for us, and we have items in there, and we're trying to get ready to do fresh foods. So we have a refrigerator that was installed with a freezer. Echo Food Bank is anxious to work with us to give us fresh food for our families and our students. And our staff, we do have staff that we've served over the years. And then adequate space, privacy space for intake for our students. I don't know if you've been to the ICO department, but we have currently a good number of our staff members who are located in one local area, and we're getting pretty squished. We're anticipating another staff coming in, and that's really not adequate spacing for the intake that Rachel takes care of with our families, because she is located in an area sharing a shared area and space with other staff members. So when these families come in or students come in for service, they are sometimes reluctant to share and to talk in front of other people about their situation and circumstance. So Rachel will have to pull them out into the gymnasium, or if the small conference room is not being used, she'll sometimes step in there with them. And then she takes phone calls that have information that she isn't wanting to share out loud when she has conversations. So we're in need of adequate privacy spacing for the intake and then the conversations with these families. And sometimes I'll step out of my office if the space is needed to. Additional staff would be very helpful. And we do an intake case management style. So when you're a case manager, and some of you may have had that experience, you do the intake, the assessment, and then the need comes out of that. So then we're talking to these families, but we have to keep in mind that we have 384 students on McKinney-Vento. Then we have a good number of families that we work with. And so case management, the average ratio from staff to individuals or participants is usually about 1 to 30 or 1 to 40 at the most that I've seen. In this case, it's 1 to 192 or so students between Rachel and I, and that's not conducive to what it is that we need to do and how we can provide better services for our students and their families. This includes a follow-up of students' families for resource support, so the school enrollment, tutoring, the needs assessment that we do along the way, shelter, food, clothing, employment. For parents, these are things that we do referrals for, continuing education. We'll be creating a program, hopefully it works out with us to get scholarships in place for our continuing students into higher education. We'll be partnering with higher ed institutions to provide scholarships for our bikini mental students. That's one of our projects we'll be working on. And then mental health and wellness, of course, overall. We can't just serve one student and just the student themselves. It becomes a family and a unit together that we serve, because if the student's not well, we know that something's happening with the family that we can probably provide support for. And then delivering a food, clothing, hygiene products and supplies to schools, homes, and chapters. So a lot of our families do not have transportation, so we meet them partway or at a chapter or at the schools. Sometimes we give them, the students, the items that the parent is needing for them. So our support extends out beyond our office and beyond the schools. And so the additional staff would be very helpful in helping us alleviate some of this, the workload. And when I say load, it's huge. Every day it's different, and every day we're getting referrals for something at one of the schools. And the other need is funding usage and process. So again, streamlining that process with finance department, working with them for grant allowables, increasing the threshold for expenditures for McKinney Vento for shopping and for various various clothing stores. So right now, as it is, we have a $10,000 limit per store, which hinders clothing shopping for our students, because each student is given a certain amount of voucher, and we have 384 that we served this year, times 150 to 200 per student. And if we have a 10,000 limit, we've reached that already at Walmart for within a month of just shopping for maybe 20 students, and then that's it. And then after that, we have to go on to actually like 30 or 40 students. But then after we reach that threshold, we have to go to another store. Then we reach that threshold, we have to go to another store. We actually ran out of stores this year in Farmington. So we had to start shopping online. Next slide, please. So we're almost done here. Future plans. So we're writing for more grant opportunities for support and programming. We're in the creation of additional food, clothing, sub-pantries regionally. So hoping to get Nos Chitty, Newcomb, Oho, and Kirtland either strengthen what they have or create space for clothing and food sub-pantries. And then creating student, parent, families, resource center locations in each region. That's long-term plan. And then also create more opportunities for students, families, engagement, participation to receive information. And then just have them be able to get the information as we send them out. Strengthening our internal, external connections, of course, for parents and families for support and partnership building. And that's continuous all the time. And then also parent-family trainings, workshops, seminars, and of course not limited to what's listed here for prevention, intervention, resource connection, skills building. So we're extending our services and the support to our families by working with our partners who provide a lot of these services for us, for our families. And that's where a lot of the workshops and presentations and seminars and conferences come in for our families within our district. So we can help them and keep them safe and also provide for them support however we can so that our students are attending school and maintaining good academic and good attendance throughout the year. Last slide. So that'll conclude our presentation, our update, and then we're open for questions at this time. Thank you.
Madam President.
Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
So I just want to say that I really appreciate the work that is coming out of the ICO, Dr. Harvey, you and your team and everyone in that ICO. This is the kind of work that people don't see, but those that are served, they truly feel it. And it's another, I've said this in the last meeting, it's one of those positive services that are greatly needed within our community. And I just truly appreciate the fact that you guys are doing that. And importantly, to the impact of our students, the socioeconomic circumstances that they're facing, that this is precisely some of the ancillary effects of one, the power plant, but yet more importantly, serving Yazzie Martinez. Because, you know, when you look at Maslow's hierarchy and the needs of the individual and the families in this case, when they have those services, then they can work towards being successful in school. And if we're providing those things for them that they need, more power to you guys for what you're doing. I truly appreciate it. And again, this falls under that equity aspect of Yazzie Martinez as well. So, you know, kudos to you and everybody there for doing what you're doing. And the unfortunate reality of what we're facing is the increase of those numbers because of the closure of the power plant and the many service industries that provided those jobs at the power plant and around those power plants. And our families are directly feeling that impact. So thank you for what you guys are doing, you and Dr. Lopez Martinez and everybody else in that ICO. Thank you very much.
Board President, can I say one more thing? I did forget to mention, and as Board Member Montoya had mentioned, we do anticipate an increase for this next school year. What we do know is that 384 students were what we had to close out with, and then we're going to be rolling those same numbers over into the next school year. So we will start with 384 students, assuming they're all going to be registered again and enrolled with our district. There might be a few that don't come back, but it'll be really high numbers that we're going to be starting off with as soon as the school year starts. And in addition to that, we're doing a more inclusive reach out to the communities and we're going to be working a lot closer with our counselors in our schools to get our numbers going and our numbers higher. So we're anticipating a bigger increase for next year.
Madam President,
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
I don't know how to phrase this just exactly, and not what percentage, and I don't know that you have this broke down anywhere. What percentage of these students are in elementary school, or middle school, or high school? And how long have they been homeless? Do you have any figures, any feel for that information?
Secretary Wells, I'll go ahead and answer that. Sharon, could you, I think it's slide 5 that breaks down into grade level. So you're talking about percentage and how long they've been there. Honestly, when we first took over this program, we started out, when it was handed to us, we ended our school year with 177 students. And then last year was 279, and now we're at 384. At that time, 2 years ago, it was majority of the students that were enrolling in Kenny Vento were middle school to high school. But now, as you can see, there's a vast number, and it's almost equal all the way across the board from Head Start to 12th grade. Does that make sense, Secretary Wells?
Well,
It averages about 6 to 8% per grade level, except for the Head Start and daycare. So anywhere between 6 to 8% per grade level out of the 384 if you average it out.
it's a devastating amount of students that we have that are homeless. I'm hoping that there are not any without at least family support.
Secretary Wells, unfortunately, we do have a handful of students who are living on their own with parents that deceased during COVID.
Wow. When you say a handful, are you talking,
I would say about 15%. And those families, honestly, when I talk with Alfreda, when we do our reach out, when we go to do our services and we do work with different entities, they will not answer the door. They will not take any phone calls but myself.
well, that's understandable, but tragic.
And I frequently do check on them. I check on them at least for those particular 15%, I check on them twice a week.
And will they let you offer service to them?
Yes.
Food?
I usually offer food if they need food. We do have dry canned foods at our pantry. We have pasta there. We have breakfast bags ready to go. We have snack bags. So I'll let them know, what do you need? Do you need this? And we have bottled water. So I usually take that to the school. If they're there, I'll ask, is someone home that is there to accept the food for you? And usually I'll go over with one of the liaisons, and they're pretty good about going with me to do a home visit.
And these students are homeless because of loss of work in the family? Are there other reasons?
It's that they were evicted from homes just when, like for instance, I'll do a scenario. Students that live here in Shiprock, they live in an NHA or nonprofit housing. During COVID, their families were not paying rent. Within that time, family, maybe dad, mom passed, and there's no way for that child to work. So they just stayed in the home until they were evicted and moved into the backyard of a neighbor or living in a tent. And unfortunately, we do have a couple of students living in abandoned cars. And that's the situation they want for themselves. They're trying to get out on their own, and that's a way for them to save money, is to stay in those, either a tent or the storage unit, and that's their way of saving money to eventually move out. Here in Shiprock, we don't have a shelter in place for our students.
That's those are really tragic statistics. I was unaware that they were that high. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I believe, Ms. Harvey, that you, at the beginning of your presentation, this number now, 384, is doubled what it used to be. Did you mention that?
Yes, Rachel shared the updates for the past couple of years, but pretty much it's doubled from what we understand. And it grows. Every week we get referrals from the schools, from families, from community members. I know a couple of you as board members have done referrals to our program, so we appreciate that you are aware in some sense that we are here and that we do take referrals for assistance.
So has there been any talk about any type of boarding for these students?
We did have a discussion. We do know that in the past they used to board them at the Sassy dormitory, but as of last year, Sassy did inform us that they are going to be demolishing the dorms there, and they're no longer going to be able to house students in these predicaments. So at this time, we're trying to work with like Rachel mentioned, there's no location here locally for these types of situations. They're temporary. We work with the church. There's a couple places that will take them for an overnight stay here locally, but majority of them will be sent to Farmington area, or we try our best to communicate with families that might take them in, or that could take them in for a limited amount of time. Unfortunately, we don't have a place locally that we can work with that's going to house them. We've talked about doing hotel stays, but that gets costly, and we can only do so much for them for overnight stay again.
Has there been any talk about or reaching out to Navajo Nation for NHA? And
Yes, that's on our project. Thank you for asking, President Aspis. It's already on our list to talk to the director for the Navajo Housing Authority for the Navajo Nation to see if there's anything that they can help us with. I'm sure that they're aware of the situation with a lot of the families, but not the situation with our students. That is one of the partnerships that we talked about building this year, is to see what we can work out with them. There are a number of housing NHA areas that are not being utilized that need to be renovated. I don't know, we're just trying to come up with different ideas or scenarios that we can do with these situations. We even talked about, can the district afford to buy, I think portables was one of the questions. I know you guys are getting rid of 6, 7 of them. All I could think is, man, we could use those for our families. And you know, it would be better to put them in a portable like that than to have them staying in a car or tents. It's just, it's different every day. Every day is different. We have a different situation, a different family, and we do what we can with the resources that we're connected with.
Alfreda, do you mind if I add something?
go ahead.
Yes, go.
We've reached out to Chaco River, to Nonprofit Housing, to the HUD in Farmington. Unfortunately, they do have a waiting list, and our families, if they have a criminal background of some sort or some kind of criminal activity, our families are immediately put at the bottom of the waiting list. So sometimes that hinders their application process, because we do help with those applications as well. We receive it, and if they need help making copies or anything like that, just like LIHEAP, we help with that as well. Alfreda and I and Kathy will help with those interventions as well.
My next question is, what about a foster program where assistance, some type of monetary assistance to the families that foster or host a student? Have you any talks along those lines?
Yes, I've reached out to the social service, and unfortunately they're booked, they're swamped as well, but we did connect with Child Haven last week. Alfreda and I went to a meeting in Farmington, and they did mention to us we can help house students. So that's an avenue that Alfreda and I will work on this coming school year, if students, because they're willing to transport students just like the shelters. And I'm not sure how lengthy their process is for fostering homes and how immediate that would happen, but that is on our to-do list as well.
Board President,
Go ahead.
if I may, I know at one time, the former superintendent and I had spoke about trying to do or consider, not do because we couldn't, obviously, but the consideration of developing a dorm like they have in Aztec, that Quintil dorm for those students that go and tend to reside in other areas So maybe that can be a long-term consideration for the district to develop for these students, not just them, but to certainly provide further opportunity for people to stay in the community and attend our schools.
Board Member Montoya? Our brain waves must be linking. I mentioned that to our department for some time now, even when I was with the CAT team. That was one of the things I kept emphasizing, just like the food pantry and the closet. And it's funny that you mentioned that, because we mentioned that to Jermaine last week. We're like, why can't we do that here? And I know it would be a lengthy process, but that would honestly be a great asset to our district. We could house the students that are experiencing homelessness.
You're absolutely right, Ms. Brown, because again, you know, that was a conversation when I was board president in that first year that I had talked about that with the then superintendent about that consideration, because you know, there's a lot of students that would like to come and attend, and if we could certainly provide that opportunity for them to stay here without leaving the community and being amongst at least close to their family, relatives, and still be within the district, I think that'd be obviously a benefit for them as young students and certainly young adults to be able to do that. So certainly Superintendent Carlson and Board President, I think that in my opinion should certainly be a consideration that should be looked at for the future. Thank you.
May I make a comment, Board President?
Go ahead, Vice President.
In terms of looking for alternative sites for students, I know that I had heard that Kincaid also will allow students to stay there. I don't know if that has been bridged, just like how we had that agreement with Sassy. If Kincaid has been an option or had been considered in regards to housing students. And also, I think that I commend both of you because it takes a lot of heart, a lot of creative thinking, and dedication to the work that you do. As I've done it in the past, and I didn't have the pandemic at the time, but there's a lot of challenges. So I commend you both for your dedication, your hard work, your heart in the work that you do, because it really does become overwhelming at times and tiring mentally, physically. And I think I can say honestly from myself, and probably from the board, that we really appreciate your hard work and everything you're doing for our students. It really does take a community to raise our children, and you two exemplify that. You show your dedication through the commitment you have to these students. And by hearing the stories, it's just a reminder that, you know, all of us have a role in playing in helping these students. So let us know how the best way we can help. You know, we can try to figure out things as we go along to help you do your job, help you do what you need to do, and how best you can have the tools that you need to help the students. So thank you for that.
I have a comment to make. Even in my own family, we had a situation where I found that my cousin was living with another family, and it really surprised me. And, but, you know, we offered our home, but she was well taken care of with her friends, her friend's family. So it's, and that's why I'm asking, you know, what, if it's possible for some type of assistance to that family, you know, for another, in order to support another person living in their household. And where, you know, I tried to do, and not just me, but my father at the time, we tried to assist her in the events that, you know, students go through, junior prom, things like that, and try to help out in those areas. But that's why I'm asking, you know, if that's a possibility, a suggestion, where we keep the student, you know, within their culture and within the environment that they're used to, and then also, you know, I believe in that situation, the friend, you know, helped in more ways than just being a friend. So that's why I was asking that question. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Board
President?
President. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, one last comment. I've been fortunate to have taken tours of the pantry and looked at those things that the ICO and the support services provides for students, and especially now knowing the increase in the numbers, and it seems that the trend's going that way. Wouldn't be surprised if it increases even more, as I believe Ms. Harvey said, every week they're finding and being made aware of more families and students in need. And certainly what they have there in the facility they have isn't adequate to hold the supplies that they have and the increased supplies that they're going to need. And quite frankly, my opinion that we are very, very fortunate to have this department that does what they do to provide to our families and our students. Again, when you take that and you apply that to Yards and Martinez, we're doing exactly what they're asking us to do. So again, I just want to say thank you to you all of you for what you do. I appreciate it.
Another comment, Ms. Harvey and Ms. Brown, but you know, as you're the people working in that situation and dealing with those situations and helping our students that are homeless, have you the question is, what would, if any, have you asked of the state of New Mexico in helping our students?
So my ask last year to the state through PED was for assistance with the pantry. At the time we were building it up, and they made recommendations. They basically just referred us to the local, like Echo Food Bank and support services that we've already had been working with. And that was the extent that I had received last year, was just the referrals back to the Farmington sites for like food and support. And as far as the housing portion, there is, like Rachel had said, the HUD housing and those things that are taking place right now in the Farmington area. We're going to be looking and researching a bit more about how housing can be taken care of and handled. We're a part of the 100% San Juan County initiative, and one of the tiers that they have is going to be housing and food. So we're trying to make connections in that area, in those services, support services for some of the things that we're experiencing in our county, not just with our district. But this is something that's across the board within Farmington District, Aztec, and then Bloomfield are experiencing the same things too. We work closely with the liaisons, the homeless liaisons from those districts, so we each help each other and share information. And so we do reach out. Dana Malone is our contact for the New Mexico PED homeless initiative, so she gives us a lot of information. A lot of it is really just training that we're doing right now, but they do sometimes share grant opportunities or other things like that that we can connect with. But the housing portion of it is a lengthy process to try to get connection and to keep it and to maintain consistency when we're talking about those things. So it's something that's happening across our state, and hopefully we can make a little bit more noise from our district and see what else we can get ourselves involved in and what we can do for our housing situation for our families.
Well, I would like to see our people really approach state. I mean, they need to help more so now, and and I'm trying to be nice here. And, their policies from the state, from Santa Fe, are the ones and the reasons that, we're coming into this issue. And then not entirely, but, with COVID and the pandemic, but I'd like more for state to be accountable. And they can't just throw, go to Echo Food Bank when your students are competing against other families in need. And as far as PED, I mean, this is the situation and the reality of our district. And so I would like more accountability. And if it has to go all the way up to the President Biden, it needs to be said. It needs to be told. And we can't, put everything assistance on Navajo Nation. State needs to be accountable as well, and try to come up and help with a solution for our students that find themselves in these situations. And I would like more for ICO to explore, research, and because I just find that going to Echo and being referred to other places is unacceptable.
Board President Haskell, Board President Aspis.
Go ahead.
I have reached out to, I apologize. I have reached out to the Navajo Nation President and the First Lady, and once they do set up a meeting with Alfreda and I and Kathy, we will address this issue with them, because when President Nez was in there, he was willing to support us with food and toiletry items. Unfortunately, he didn't come back. So I did reach out to them. It's just a matter of them reaching back out to me for my request.
Well, again, that is wonderful. It's wonderful. But again, our families are and our students are competing for that service. And whereas where is state, where is the school, where's PED? And especially when you see how this the president, how they provide for illegals coming in, money, housing, all of these things, and yet we have our very own, our students here. And we need to express that. And I don't think it's getting political. I think that's reality. And it needs to be said and it needs to be told. Any questions, board members, comments?
Board President, may I?
Yes, go ahead, Board Member George.
Rachel and Alfreda, I can't express the appreciation and the just how much dedication you guys put into this program, and the rest of the ICO and your coworkers. It is a reality with our population of students and in our region of homelessness. And it would be great if right now, since we're in the construction phase of bringing up, different buildings, perhaps Mr. Superintendent, maybe we can have a 5 or 6 room dorm setting built just for this situation where we could house.
And we can poop.
Stop. So we can house these students in need until they graduate. There is a success story that I know from a couple of years ago. Student was homeless and she lived with friends, and she finally found a home with a friend that the parent actually took over and really supported her. She graduated, went on to college, and has her bachelor's degree right now. So, some of our students have been struggling and have persevered through their school years to graduate and pursue a college degree, or to go into the military, or just even get a job, a regular job. But I also wanted to know how much McKinney-Vento funding does the district actually get from McKinney-Vento? And how is that allocated?
So as far as the funding, we do get funding from the state and federal. We have the ARP funding, the Housing Homeless Initiative, that was given to us, and it's about $15,000. I think Bellamy is going to be doing a report out to you all actually on the amounts that we receive for homelessness. Tonight, in fact, I think she's on the list because we updated that information for her. So you'll see the number, the exact count, as far as 3 of the grants are concerned for homelessness. But it was around $15,000 for 2 of them, and then there was a $1,700 one that we had received that was a carryover. So it was a remaining amount from last year. So there are grants that are given to us for McKinney-Vento. Title I has some funding that's given to McKinney-Vento, but it's just a small portion. I think that one was $15,000. So it's depends on our numbers, I believe. Bellamy takes care of the grant writing for those grants. And she probably submitted for this year. I believe we did get funding for one. We do have a carryover for 2 grants that is going to be coming up. That 1,700 I mentioned is one of them, and then there's another one that's going to be carried over. I won't know the exact amount until probably after July. But those 2 will be ending in September. So we are actively searching for grants that we can write for. I did receive 2 in the last 2 years that work with food. And so those were just 1-year grants that we received. And so we're continuing, like I said, to look for more grant and funding opportunities. So the ESSER funding we have for 1 more year. We did build in McKinney-Vento support and services through that. So we'll have that at least for this next year. That's going to help support what we have. But the financial report for that, if you want more information on that, we can provide it for you after our grant years have started again.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Superintendent, maybe we can use, or maybe we can have the IHS grant rewritten to include McKinney-Vento because they are, it goes with our school-based health clinic and mental health and wellness through IHS, and they do service the teens. So maybe we could have this portion of McKinney-Vento rewritten or written into the IHS grant. Just an idea, but thank you to the to your guys' department, and thank you for both of you just really having a passion and dedicating you know, yourselves and putting your heart into this program for these kids. You guys, the right people are there. And Rachel, when you said that some of these kids, they will only answer to you or collaborate with you, that's something that not everybody understands, that it takes a special person to have that kind of rapport with students in these situations, because they have to have trust, number one, for them to have a rapport with you, you know, to have a rapport with anybody, a teacher, a staff member, anybody. And that really says a lot about the people that we have that have a heart for this, for our district. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And I would just like to say for our viewers, the numbers that we're looking at for McKinney-Vento, I believe this is very important and would like our audience to know this, but the grades from pre-K to kindergarten, there's 26 students that are homeless. Head Start daycare, 10 are homeless. First grade, 24. Second grade, 22. Third grade, 22. Fourth grade, 24. Fifth grade, 28. Sixth grade, 37. Seventh grade, 38. Eighth grade, 26. Ninth grade, 33. 10th grade, 34. 11th grade, 26. 12th grade, 25. And Newcomb, Nashchidi has 84. Shiprock has 86. Kirtland, Oho, 114.
Shiprock is 186, Madam President.
Yes, 186 for Shiprock. That's student location. Number of families served is 243 total. So the families, Newcomb, Nashchidi is 41. Shiprock is 139. Kirtland, Oho, 63. So those are very serious numbers. And I I like Board Member George in saying that we need to rewrite our grants to include McKinney-Vento, but also for the grant alone for McKinney-Vento, if there's one, that may perhaps we start tripling that. Again, I say, this is a school problem, educational. These students are now competing with survival with other families off the reservation and being referred to, those programs, eco program, food program, and whatever, wherever they're being referred to. I think that's unfair, because it takes away from them being, first of all, a child and a student, and in a way, trying to search again, put in that role of trying to survive. So to me, I feel like there needs to be more, and the state needs to be more accountable for this. Any more questions, board members, comments?
One last comment.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the fact that you made mention and actually read those numbers to the general public, because there's a lot of people that do not fully understand what the ICO does. And I wouldn't hesitate to say and assume that there's people within this district that don't fully understand the responsibilities of the ICO and the gravity of the seriousness for the work that they work and the services that they provide to this community, the CCSD community. So again, it's, in my humble opinion, it's an absolute need, and I'm very thankful that we have that department providing those services to our students and the families within our district. So thank you again.
So I believe, just in the situation that I was talking about in my own family, I believe there's more numbers, there's more, and that haven't come forward, or they do have help for the moment, and but the situation is serious, and if this is the duties of ICO, then we need to do more. Thank you. Are you done with your presentation, Ms. Harvey, Ms. Brown?
Yes, we are. Thank you so much for your time and for hearing us, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. We'll go on to item K, amended request for approval of gift donation for Noshchitty Elementary School for Subway gift cards by Jermaine Chappelle.
Good evening, Board President. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Board President, board members. Last week we heard an approval request for 7 Subway gift cards for Noshchitty Elementary students. And during the course of that meeting, Mr. Norm Begay reached out and wanted to add an additional 7 gift cards for $7 each to Subway for the Noshchitty Elementary School students. And so he asked me to include that and to obtain approval so those students could have additional Subway gift cards. And with that, I stand for questions.
Any questions, comments, board members?
Madam President, I don't see the paperwork for that.
Do we have the form?
My apologies, Board President. When I spoke with Ms. Ray about it, we thought this letter would be sufficient, but I can get a form to you as well.
Yes, let's do so because we require that from everyone else. So.
Yes, ma'am, my apologies.
Let's get that. Superintendent?
Yes.
Any more questions, comments, board members?
I have none.
I don't have anything either.
Okay, are you done, Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, ma'am, that's all I have for that one. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. And we'll go ahead and go on to item L. CCSD Facility Master Plan and Discussion of Sixth Grade Moving to Elementary School by Candace Thompson.
Good evening again, Board President, members of the board, Mr. Carlson. I believe Josh Chisholm is also online, and he will give the five-year master plan update as requested by the board. Josh? Let's try. I don't think it's working.
There you go.
Can you hear me now, Josh?
Yeah, I think I caught the gist of it. Candace, do you want me to go ahead and share my screen?
Please do, Sharon, if you can allow Josh. He can hear me. He just needs Miss Ray to let him share the screen. Okay. Josh, you should be able to share your screen now.
Okay, can you see that?
No, we can't.
Just stop sharing and try again here. There we go.
Okay, we can see your screen now, Josh.
Okay. Thank you, Candace. Good evening, board. Superintendent Carlson. Thank you for having us this evening. I'm also joined by Molly Smith with Think Smart Planning. This presentation is really just an update to the presentation we provided at the last board meeting. The changes that we've made from the last board meeting are really summed up in the second to last slide. The first change that we made can be seen in items 4A and 4B, and that is the new location for TBA Middle School, and that was updated to show the TBA Middle School being constructed on the south side of the SAO campus there in Shiprock. We did include both the 7th and 8th grade option and the 6th through 8th grade option. Our understanding is that the 7th and 8th grade option is preferred, and that will be voted on this evening. But we included both just for awareness. And then the second change that has been made from the last meeting was an update to the price per square foot for the TBA campus going on the south side of SAO. With that, we included funding for road improvements that came up at the last board meeting, and we also updated the price per square foot to a more current dollar amount that matches the market that we're currently seeing in the industry. Lastly, and so with that second change, of course, came an increase in price for the TBA campus compared to what we had last time, and then at the last meeting. And then the last change that we made to this presentation is the local match. So the PSFA has provided us with Central Consolidated's match as of July 2023, which you can see down in the bottom left corner of this slide, is now 34.7%, down from closer to 50%. So they reduced your match by approximately a third. And so we adjusted the numbers in this presentation for the new local match. And with that, I will turn it back over to Candace.
Are there any questions that the board may have, Board President?
Any questions, board members? Comments, questions?
Madam President,
Go ahead.
if I may, Josh, that number again, the funding target, when we were talking about this in respect to the master plan and the possibility of additional funding that would be achieved with the reduction of the match. I'm trying to see, you said you worked that number in there, right?
So the difference, the local match went down for the district, but at the same time, we increased the cost of the TBA site to more closely reflect the current market conditions for new schools, and we increased the cost for the TBA site to include road improvements to handle the heavier traffic back to behind SAO and coming from the west on the southwest side as well. And so the numbers, the way that the numbers shook out was at the last board meeting, depending on whether TBA was determined to be a 6 through 8 school, which would be larger, or a 7 through 8 school, which would be smaller, the remaining funds was somewhere between $0 and $5 million. And with the changes that we've made in the last 4 weeks, with the changes that I just mentioned to you, there's somewhere in the range of $5 to $9 million remaining between what we have planned and what the funding target, what we think the funding sources will be.
Okay, because I remember there was a number of approximately 7 if we went from 7th to 8th or 6 through 8th. So, but if I hear you correctly, what you're saying is that some of that's going to be eaten up, not just that savings, but with the reduction in the match for us, that's going to be utilized with enhancements and improvements if we do decide to move the junior high down to the administration location, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the last item, I can't see it. Hold EP report central consolidate, the last one.
What item, Board President?
On the report central consolidated. for public content or wherever you're looking at?
It's not there. We're looking at Josh's screen. He's sharing his screen right now with us.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that in our,
Josh, we didn't have this information, so we hadn't shared it, correct? We just got this?
Josh, where is this in your, in the docs report?
I believe this was emailed last Friday or the week before. I can pull up.
So
this is this was emailed to you, Candace, and I believe you shared it with the board in work. Was it a work session about a week ago?
Okay.
So are you on docs, Josh or Miss Molly?
No, I'm just sharing my screen here on the PDF that we had emailed over. And this presentation is the same presentation that we presented a month ago, with exception to this slide that I have on the screen, slide 39. But I don't know if it was hung on board docs or not.
Why is it written so small?
so we can see it.
Maybe Ms. Ray can blow that up for us.
Okay.
Josh, can you, there you go.
I'm an aging board member, so.
I think I can zoom in on a certain area if there's anything specific you'd like to see.
Okay, this is your, this is the new presentation, right? What you're sharing?
Correct. And so
Only one slide is changed, and that's this one.
Okay.
So, Board President, my apologies. I did not re-upload the document from the work session on Thursday because this was the only page in that was going to be changed based on what we decided with TBA, and then also finding out from the state what our new match was going to be. So I apologize for that. I did not upload the old document, but this page will replace that page in the old document. Josh, can you upload the document that, share the document that we shared with the board on Thursday, or Molly?
which document are you referring to, Candace?
The one that we presented on Thursday to the board. Was it?
Yep, I can resend that to you right now if you want.
Perfect, thank you.
I'll stop sharing and I'll pull that up here.
As soon as I get it, I'll have Miss Ray share it for everybody.
Okay, just sent it to you, Candace. So it's a board update. And as you mentioned, it's for the board members, the presentation is exactly the same, except for the last slide, the next to last slide, which has the final recommendations for the projects on it.
Miss Ray, I just sent it to you.
Okay, let me ask this question. So I'm going on what's provided on board docs, and in board docs on the administrative content, the last report on there, and it goes into U.S. Census.
So this is kind of, so the items that are on board docs right now, the surveys, they were to be on M instead of L. M was the discussion for the survey for Newcomb facilities, the ed specs.
Well, this one has nothing to do with, my question has nothing to do with the survey, but this is, I'm just trying to give you where I'm at.
Okay.
But this is the enrollment projections report.
Correct.
And so.
So those items right there.
As you scroll down, and it gives you a definition of how the enrollment projection methodology, yeah. And then how that's figured, and then the definition of cohort survival method. So then you come down to the page 9 of U.S. Census. Are you following, Josh? Molly?
No, ma'am, I'm not sure I'm tracking.
So.
That's not part of what we were presenting tonight. Candace, you may have, that may be in relation to the next item.
It is. Board President, it is. So those items that were attached should have been attached to item M instead of item L.
Okay.
And I apologize for that. I was on vacation and didn't have access to my board docs because the agenda had been set, so I couldn't put those in, and Sharon was helping me, and we got it on the wrong item. Do you have that? So Ms. Ray is going to share what we shared with the board in May on the 5-year master plan. And then page 39 is the page that we are replacing with this revised page that Josh showed us earlier.
So even the first one, the L Center?
Right, that should have been all on item M.
Okay.
Yes, and this kind of helps also in helping moving the 6th grade down to the elementaries. This is part of all the information that was acquired when we did the ed specs.
Okay.
So it kind of needed to be on both agendas, items.
So can I ask then?
Sure.
Or do I need to wait for M?
No, I think we can cover it all in L and M.
So my question is, in the forward or the first one there is the letter to Carlson, Superintendent Carlson.
Yes.
And it talks about, the finding, PSFA fines, as far as the Newcomb Middle School, new construction, 7th to 12th grade facility, and the ed specs of the proposed building.
Correct.
And then it goes down. So you were saying that.
So that letter is just the acceptance letter from PSFA, accepting our ed spec based on the information that we provided to the state.
Okay, and then what is this? The ed specs identify spaces over adequacy so that anything special, the district will fund 100%?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
And I might add that we are including that additional money on the, on your 5-year master plan, so you'll have money allocated to do that.
okay, this is Newcomb School, and all this time we've been asking for the 6 new classrooms, and I believe that that could be argued, I don't, if that's a safe word to use, with Yazi Martinez, and in not coming out of our pocket, but being funded by the state. And that, they consider that over adequacy. However, I don't think so.
So the reason they did, as you may recall, Mr. Carlson and I went to the council on
Right.
the board's behalf to
Right.
ask that they help in those 6 additional classrooms. At the time, it was a no, because we don't have the student numbers or the FTEs, full-time teachers, to fill the 6 classrooms that we're asking for. So at the time that we spoke to them, it was a no at that time. But if so a time comes when we're getting closer to the construction and we see an increase in our student population, then they will help fund some of those classrooms or all of those classrooms if our student numbers increase to such number.
But we okay, I understand that, and that's been the dialogue since talking about Newcomb. And however, I think it again, it could be argued with and used. Yazi Martinez ruling could be used in this situation. And not only that, but what legislatively they are pushing to have career readiness. And so from the data, from what's been tried before, to have our Newcomb and Nosh Chitty students participate in, say, Bond Wilson or San Juan College hasn't been effective, and where they're losing out and not being a part of that. So to me, I feel that even if we have a decline, continue a decline in student ratio, then even then we have, we could use, or we could set up partnerships with Dene College or NTU to provide that career readiness that they keep preaching, and so that our Newcomb and Nosh Chitty students can take advantage of those.
And always, Board President, keep in mind that that's great, but we also are building the middle school, high school.
Right.
Which that would be a great line to incorporate the CTE program there. And then, you know, we there is funding. They are giving us funding for those programs. So maybe that's a better setup, but I know Mr. Carlson feels the same. The council has changed at PSCOC. There's members now that have retired. We could definitely go back and plead our case again at the board, at the board's request, and possibly have some board members accompany us down when we go before the council again and ask for consideration again for the additional classrooms at Newcomb Elementary School. But, keeping in mind, we also have that high school, middle school project that will roll right after the elementary school. We'll be prepared to do that. That's what Mr. Carlson and I are going to Santa Fe for on July 5th, is to start the process to be awarded that design portion of the high school, middle school.
So I believe the elementary level is where we want to do the bilingual, isn't it? And so I'm just expressing this because I don't think it's lost. I don't think that request is lost. And that was the community, and I'm expressing it again because it's my hope that you guys are attending these meetings and voicing that or echoing that same, because anything that we build it's not just gonna sit there. It's not gonna not be used, unless the principal doesn't want. But we have there's so much to offer, and getting that in the same services or the same education, same trades as our Shiprock and Kirtland students have available.
Ms. Ray is sharing what we presented to the board in May from Josh and Molly. And like we said, page 39 is the only page to this document that was revised due to TBA location and grade level. And then also we just received the new match from PSFA. We didn't know what the new match was going to be. Our current match is 48%, correct, Josh?
Yeah, I believe it's 48%. And Sharon, it's the other PDF. It's the board update CCSD FMP document there. From 48% to 34%.
So
34.7.
So that's great. Our match went down, but it's a double-edged sword because construction costs have rised to incredible levels. So our match is less, but with the cost of construction, that drives a project up. So those have been revised also.
Correct.
Jared's trying to change the page, Josh.
Oh, okay, yeah. There you go. That tab right
There you
there. Slide page 39.
Page 39.
Whoop, you were right there. Now you're back to the other. There you go. Page 39.
So if I might add, Candace, we'll be able to finalize this plan by understanding whether the board is going to move the 6th grade down to the elementaries or not. And then we can resolve 4A or 4B, whichever one it turns out to be. I will say, just as a general note, we have covered you for the extra classrooms at Newcomb Elementary, and extra items at the middle high school in Newcomb. And if for some reason we are able to, or you are able to get that funding from the state, that just puts more money in the bucket for you to do other things. So we're covering you for the worst case scenario, but you may turn out better.
So, Board President, members of the board, you can see the cost difference to Mr. Montoya's point. If we have 7-8 at TBA at a cost of 13 million, or if we have 6-8 at a cost of 7.2 million.
17.2 million.
Oh, sorry, 17.2 million. And Mr. Montoya, I think that was one thing that you had asked about at the special board meeting, I believe.
Yeah, because it was alluded to the fact that there would be obviously less space, less square footage to build. Thank you.
And the reason why I'm bringing this up and is because, you know, now it's documented, it's in there, and I'm wondering, does it lock us in where we can't refute it, you know, or not refute it, but
It does not lock you in.
okay.
It does not, especially if you have a change in demographics. I think Candace was mentioning that.
Right, right.
You have every right to have more classrooms if you have growth, and the state will provide that. So the best you can do in a facility master plan is a snapshot in time, and they understand that. If you do better on any of these prices, you put the money back in your own coffers to use for something else.
Okay. Okay, Kristen, you get married and start having those kids.
Were there any more questions, Board President?
And also, I want to go down to the last one, to that report, the last in board docs. Enrollment projections report. Page 9. Or the end of page 8.
So this document,
Page 8.
this document was the basis for how Josh and I figured out the pricing to put in your facility master plan for these projects, because Cooperative Strategies had done the demographics for you here.
Well, I'm looking at page 8, and where it talks about the cohort survival method and explaining the enrollment. And so the last paragraph, it talks about our area of, there's no significant fluctuations in enrollment, births, housing patterns. The cohort survival methodology inherently considers the net effects of factors such as migration, housing, dropouts, transfers to and from charter schools, open enrollment, and death.
Correct, that's a really standard way of determining enrollment projections,
So,
and usually pretty accurate.
She's looking at page 6 of the report, page 8 of the PDF.
yeah. And And now I'm on 9, the US Census. So it talks about the different areas CCSD serves, and it lists all the small towns like Nosh Chitty, Burnham, Sheep Springs, Crystal, and then at the bottom it talks about it doesn't serve a municipality, and I think it does because especially with Dream Dene Charter School, you have parents from Farmington that are bringing their kids there. So, I don't know, if this is written down and archived, I think that should be known.
So, Board President, to your comment, yes, this has been archived, and this is what the board approved in our ed spec that was submitted to PSFA. All these documents.
Okay.
So I do have all this information.
Okay. Any questions, comments, board members?
I just have a quick comment.
Go ahead, Vice President Haskell.
I think that, Ms. Thompson, your recommendation to go back board before the PFSA or
the PSCOC?
Yes. To go back before the board is a really good suggestion, and I would like to pursue those options, especially with everything that has been shared this evening. So I think that's a great suggestion, and I think that's my only comment right now. Thank you.
Candace, I'd like to add one thing. I think that, I'm not sure about the order of things, but I do think that PSFA will be looking for an approved 5-year master plan. They'll want to say, yes, we approve it, we recognize it, we accept it. As you start moving forward with these new projects, probably not the Newcomb because they are already in the pipeline, but definitely TBA and any other projects that they would be involved in.
Correct, and hopefully the board will approve the revision that we've submitted tonight so that we have that submitted to PSFA while we go to Santa Fe on the 5th to present TBA.
So let me understand you correctly. So all of these 5 reports here with that one that was on the screen, the one Josh put in fine print. Yeah, that one. That all needs to be approved tonight.
So tonight, Board President, the only thing that needs to be approved is this revision page of the 5-year master plan as a whole. This is what the board needs to approve tonight. The board has already approved the other documents that were attached, showing that the 6th graders have been shown in an elementary level.
Yeah.
Those documents have already been approved by our board and approved by the state. They have those reports already.
Okay.
So this is the only report tonight that the board needs to approve so that Josh and Molly can finalize it and submit it to PSFA for their acceptance of our 5-year master plan.
So who do I ask, why were these 5 reports put there?
So Vice President Haskell had asked about the survey on the 6th graders in the ed specs, and those are the supporting documents for Ms. Haskey's request.
Okay.
I went over my
Yeah,
3 minutes. I am so sorry.
I took time to look at them and read them and
But now you know them by heart.
by heart. Okay, all right. So any more questions, board members? Comments? Okay, so we'll go on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Miss Molly.
Thank you.
So we are now at item N, discussion of School Safety Summit for June 29th, 30th by Steve Carlson and Jermaine Chappelle.
Should I close it? I can't. Well, I'm going to, Board President Aspis and board members, Ms. Chappelle and I are just going to talk for a little bit about the Safety Summit coming up next week. And I know that several of you already know kind of what's been going on. I'm just going to preface it just real quickly, kind of how it came about, and then I'm going to let Ms. Chappelle talk about it a little further. A couple months ago, we had an incident with a student, and that student, he left our area and was picked up by the Navajo Nation police, who released him, and then he went to a school in Kayenta. He went to the Kayenta High School. And when that happened, kind of set a bunch of events in motion. The superintendent of Kayenta, I mean, there's more of a story to that, but what happened is the superintendent of Kayenta basically sent, he sent an email with a letter, I think it was mostly an email, that described some of the issues with the system, and basically said we have some holes to fill. And so with that process, the Navajo Nation Department of Dene Education took it upon themselves to form a safety committee, and that committee has been meeting regularly. Through the course of those meetings, Central Consolidated has volunteered to host a safety summit, which will be held next Thursday and Friday. Board President Aspis kind of talked about that summit a little bit. The summit will be at the Phil, and there are quite a few people who are invited. I'm not sure if we know at this point in time the attendance, but again, it's going to be next Thursday and Friday, and there is a last, I believe it's the final meeting for planning, unless there's one again next week, but it will be tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So that's a good question. I'm not even positive the answer. I'll let Jermaine Chappelle, board attorney, answer that question before she begins her portion.
My apologies, I couldn't hear the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we didn't have a microphone over there. The question is the summit open to anyone, or is it by invitation only?
The answer to that is, it is open, but what we're asking for is for registration, so that we obviously know about attendees, but also we want to make sure, because we will be talking about safety sensitive information, that we have a good handle on who our attendees are.
The question is, how do we get that registration? Is it going to be made public, or is it going to be sent out? How is it going to be made available to possible?
Well, if there are folks who are there that want to be put on that list, because we are going to send out an invitation. Our wonderful Mr. Noble is also working on a website, and the registration link will be on that also. And so that should go live probably later this week. So if folks are interested, we would really love for them to give us their contact information so we can include them.
Yes, this is Board President. I would like, we have a in-person teacher here, and Kristen Simo, and I definitely would want her to participate because she's been very active and you know, and coming to the meetings and has really shown that she wants to be informed and involved. So if we could get Kristen signed up, Jared, and then, you know, even our online people, I know Lowe's, if they express interest, Mr. and Mrs. Lowe, you know, I would like them because they're usually our audience, and again, they're want to be informed and involved. Thank you. Any more questions, comments?
No comments.
Board President, board members, I think the reason that this was put on the agenda was to discuss kind of final wrap-up items for the summit. My understanding is that, Mr. Carlson, did you have a chance to talk to Mr. Smart today?
I did, and he confirmed that they will be providing lunch. I believe he said it, the Dickey's Barbecue.
Okay.
And then Friday, I believe, is Doty.
Yes, that's my understanding.
And as you mentioned, we don't have the funding district-wide to pay for the snacks, but we can go ahead and we'll see what the registration has, and we can kind of just chip in to make sure we have water and various snacks for the event.
Well, what I was gonna say real fast is that since we're meeting at Gallup tomorrow, maybe we can see if they can pitch in as well.
Sure.
You know, as being the host, is perhaps we can get a list. I don't mind donating, you know, pastries, coffee. I don't mind. I'll put me down, and I really would like to request the board if they could help as well, donate, and also the administrators. Doesn't have to be a whole lot, you know, but just whatever we can. Thank you. Are you done, Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, ma'am. That was all we had. Thank you. And I'm willing to donate myself also.
You gonna donate yourself?
No. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I'm also willing to donate refreshments.
Any other questions, board members, comments? Okay, we'll go on to item 0. Item O. Report on maintenance safety procedures by Candace Thompson and Rodney Armenta.
I'm back.
3 minutes.
I'm back. Board President, members of the board, Mr. Carlson.
I'll be like PFOC. When it hits 9:45, then everything goes to 1 minute.
Perfect. We were asked to provide information on the safety procedures that we have on our lifts, and we do have, our staff has been trained on the boom lifts, and we do have harnesses. We've also just received our new harness with the required retractable lanyard that is now standard. We received that today for that lift. The only people who are allowed to use the lifts are the maintenance staff who has been trained on how to operate the lifts and the safety procedures required for those lifts. Custodians are not allowed due to the height of the lifts. If they need to be in something as a lift, a maintenance personnel needs to take care of that item that needs repaired. We had Palms and Associates provide 10-hour OSHA training to all our maintenance staff. So as new staff come online, we have them attend a 10-hour training in October so that they are certified by OSHA. And then also we had training for forklift operation through San Juan College. So our maintenance staff is certified to also operate forklifts. So with that, I stand for questions from the board.
I have a question on your lanyards. Are they a double tie-off lanyard?
Rodney, are you on and able to answer that question for the board president?
Yes, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'll say.
You woke us
Good
up.
evening. Hey, good evening. I'm ready. Good evening, board president, Mr. Carlson. Yeah, they're a single tie-off, one clevis, one tie-off. It's the retractable. It's a 3M brand on the lanyard.
Okay.
It's got a 6-foot retractable strap that ties off to the lift and then ties off to the harness.
And do the harness come with the little what you call it, where you can latch it together, and in case you are in case you're in the air, and they usually come with a little, I don't know what you call it, a little rope or something, a strap that you hook together, and then you can stand on it instead of having all the pressure in your inside the thigh area.
Right. I believe that they are still that type that has the submarine straps that come through the bottom that go through the thigh area. That is the strap harness. That is the actual harnesses we actually have.
Well, this one it's held by a little pocket, and so when you are hanging, and you know you're gonna be up there for a while, so you open that, and then you're able to pull out that line, and they're just a little hook that you hold to, put it together, and then you lower it down to where you can stand on it and get that pressure off the actual harness off your thighs, your inner thigh.
Well, I know that we had ordered, board president, we had gotten the one in, and now that you've made these given us this example, I know that it was on in our future budget to purchase more. So luckily, we've only purchased the one new one that we have now, and then to phase out the existing ones that are still in good shape and are still in compliance, but we are dating them and putting in the new ones. And we'll look into the newer ones that you're talking about to relieve some of that stress off the body. That's going to be, fortunately, like most of ours, you're attached, you're on the man lift, you're on a genie lift or something. You're not just totally relying on the harness. It is totally just in case you do come off the lift. But for the most part, they're not suspended. in doing any type of work while just being suspended by the harness.
Mhm. Yeah, this is just in case you find yourself suspended and
Yep.
and they have found that the response time is too long, and some people because that pressure is there, and can cause issues. And once you're go from suspended and take that pressure off, in some ways it's like loosening a tourniquet. So,
Okay.
so they use that strap where the person can clip that together and then lower it down, and they can actually stand on it to where they relieve that pressure when they need to.
So you're saying like a rescuer or a spotter that's on the ground, if the individual in the basket were to fall and be suspended by the harness, they can pull this out and drop it to the ground, and
Yeah.
their spotter can stand on it to help alleviate some of the pressure while help is coming
Yeah.
to rescue them.
So
Okay.
if you Google it, it's probably on video, but you have like two little coin purse on the side of that harness. And so you unzip that and you lower that line. That line is not long. It's pretty short, because when you clip it together, then you put it down so
They can stand
then
on
they
it.
can stand
Yeah.
on it, and then
Okay.
they can
I got
lift
you.
up and then relieve the pressure off their.
I understand now. Okay.
We'll incorporate that in, and I know as we have our next safety meetings, and we can incorporate that and look at, even if it's something that we can attach to our existing harnesses, that if it's something that, then we'll definitely look down that avenue for sure.
And, we used to have special helmets and hard hats that were cushioned. And now we just have regular hard hats. Do you require that as well as head protection?
The hard hats? Yes, ma'am.
Any questions, board members? Comments?
I have none.
I don't have any either.
Board member George?
Yes, thank you. I was trying to unmute. Ms. Thompson, how many big, what do you call them? Big, I forget what you call them, but
Boom lifts?
yeah, like all your big, oh my gosh, your big mechanical stuff. That's how many do you guys have, like your lifts, forklifts within the district? And are they in separate, like Kirtland has their own, Shiprock and Newcomb, or are they all at SAO, like in the yard?
Board President, Board Member George, each location has a lift at each location. So we're not having to run equipment up and down the road. There's one here in Kirtland, there's in Shiprock and Newcomb. So each site does have their own lifts. The new lift that we just got, the big lift that we just got, it is housed in Shiprock. And we do transport that one.
Okay, thank you for answering that.
And I can get exact numbers, Board Member George, if you would like the exact numbers of the equipment, I can share that in an email to Sharon to share with the board. I don't have that
Okay.
exact number right now.
Yeah, your heavy equipment, that's the word, heavy equipment. And what is the lifespan, or how many times have these, like the lifts been inspected, like for OSHA and all of that, to make sure that they're all, up to date and safe to use continuously? Yeah, that's
So we do have an outside vendor that comes and inspects our lifts for us. And as the lift gets, older in service, we're at a point now where we're able to start replacing those old lifts with new lifts. And I can get those dates for you also, Ms. George, if you would like those.
Okay, thank you. And do you guys keep like kind of like a log of all of those? Well, of course you do, because you said you'd get it for me, but just an updated log of all your inventory and like their lifespans and when the last time they've been inspected for safety?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, it seems like it would almost be better as far as maintenance and upkeep of the equipment to have a rental instead. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there as far as, the inspection, the certification.
In some ways, Board President, I do agree with that, but we're not always able to get what we need from the rental facilities here. So we can't take care of things. If an emergency comes up, we can't always just run down to the rental company and get a piece of equipment to rent it. But we have been doing a really good job with making sure everything is serviced, from our tractors to our lifts to our custodial equipment. We have PM plans set up on that stuff to make sure that we are getting it serviced and we are taking care of the assets that the district is purchasing. In years past, I don't believe that was really practiced a lot, but we are doing that and have been doing that since I came to the district.
Okay. Yeah, are any of them basket lifts, or are they the JLG?
They're the Genie lifts.
Okay.
I believe, Rodney, the new one is a basket, correct?
That is correct. They're basket, mostly just a single man basket lift. Single person.
Insulated basket or just a regular metal?
Just a frame, yeah, they're not insulated.
Okay. Any more questions, board members? And it's 9:45. Any questions, Secretary?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I have no more questions.
Okay. All right, we'll continue on.
I'm next.
Discussion on CCSD district vehicle usage. Item P. Go ahead.
Okay. Board President, members of the board, Mr. Carlson, as I had indicated earlier, I was on vacation, so I wasn't completely sure what the board was asking for, but I can give this information that I have available.
I believe this one was on, how do you know the report time? Like, say a person leaves or in possession of a district vehicle?
Okay.
And then they're reporting down in Newcomb, Noshchitty?
Okay.
When does the clock start?
I would not have that information. I don't have that information because several departments have units parked in Kirtland. I can just give you the number of the units that are here in Kirtland, and there are also a couple units in Shiprock. So in Kirtland, there are 14 units, and in Shiprock, there are 2 units.
Yeah, I think this is more Superintendent Carlson, when is the start time? When they get into the school district vehicle and drive to Shiprock or Noshchitty or Newcomb, or is it how they get there?
Board President Aspis, that would depend on the type of employee partly. The employees that are working in Kirtland, if they get to Kirtland, they would clock in there when they're working. If they're picking up a district vehicle and there's someone who clocks in, they would clock in at the location they're going to. If they're a 7-hour employee, like an administrative office, they would be expected to be at their job location. They don't clock in, but they would be expected to be there at 8 o'clock and work their 7-hour day. And there are differences sometimes in the exact hours people work. They're expected to work at least whatever the hours are on their contracts.
So, Board President, I can give an example for myself and Rodney. We start our day here in Kirtland. Our units are here in Kirtland, and we start our day in Kirtland. We divide and conquer Kirtland, and then same thing in Shiprock, Newcomb, and Noshchitty. So I can speak for my department. Rodney and I obviously don't clock in because we're admin. So I can speak for myself, for my department.
Okay. Well, any questions, board members, comments, questions?
I have no questions.
I have none.
I don't have any either.
Board member George?
Thank you, Board President. My question is, Mr. Carlson, you had just stated it, that when you were making reference to, like if an employee picks up a vehicle in Kirtland, but their work site is in Shiprock, that they clock in Shiprock, correct?
That's how it should be, yes, unless they don't clock. I think the majority of folks that you're referring to probably, I don't know if they necessarily clock in, but they should be at that job site. Let's say if they have to pick up a vehicle and they're there at 7:30, 7:40, their workday wouldn't really begin until 8 o'clock.
Okay, so I guess maybe if we could get my concern is that process is not really being followed, but given, some are salary and then some are hourly, I guess we could just get that to you, or maybe we could get a report from you with an email with those workers. That way, I think that would be probably better.
Absolutely, and I can go ahead and make sure that directors let their people know, directors and coordinators, exactly how that should be. We need to make sure we reiterate the guidelines for that, and I think we'll be okay. But I can
Okay.
let you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So to me, it's I find it surprising, and in some cases, there's you're going by an honor system. You know, you have to, but you know, I think in other areas, we really need to look into it and see if there's a way that we can make sure that, because I guess my first thought would go to, say you leave from here, okay, you leave from Kirtland, Farmington, and then you're driving along, you're not clocking in, you're not, you know, that it's not required, and then say somewhere in there you get into an accident. Okay, say if the person wasn't even maybe they clocked in over here, maybe they clocked in over there at work, and then all of a sudden they get into an accident, and then they say, oh, but I usually clock in. So then it goes back to insurance, and then what does our policies say? What do, as far as coverage, and then when you have an employee that's inconsistent like that, do we take their word? What if the insurance says, no, we can't, because you failed as an employer to state the rules, you know, or so that's where my thinking goes. And it's not only for our protection as an employer, but their protection as an employee. Any other questions, comments, board members?
Board President, may I?
Go ahead.
Okay, so just based on what President Aspis had given an example of, Mr. Carlson, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only employees that take a district vehicle home is the superintendent and assistant superintendent. Is that correct?
The assistant superintendent does not take a vehicle home, just the superintendent.
Okay, so, okay, let's say if an employee lives outside of Shiprock, the main administration, and they are given the usage of a school district vehicle, wouldn't they drive like from Cortez all the way into Shiprock because their office is at SAO? But if they go during the day to go to like Newcomb or something, they pick up a district vehicle there at Shiprock. And then same thing if somebody's traveling in from Farmington to Shiprock because they work in Shiprock at a location, that they would pick up a district vehicle in Shiprock, not at Kirtland, for that clocking in reason and for insurance reasons. They would use their own personal vehicle to their work site and then pick up a district vehicle. Just going back to the insurance, is that how it's working, or do most employees like come from Farmington and they go to Kirtland and then they pick up a district vehicle, then they travel to Shiprock for their work site?
So it's my understanding that it's been I don't know if it's policy, but it's been a procedure for many years that there is more storage in Kirtland, and we do have several people who do pick up a vehicle in Kirtland and have their main job site in Shiprock. Now, it's my understanding that the majority of those people do go to schools in various locations, and would need that district vehicle to do that. I'm not aware of any policy that would say they have to go to their primary job site to do that. And I know that the practice has been for a long, long time that has happened that way. If it were a board policy, then that would change.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. I had a question, but I can't put it together, so it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions, comments, board members? Okay, we'll go on to item Q, reports. Thank you, Candace.
Thank you.
Reports on grants received and how it applies to the district by DOM at city and, or is that DOME? DOM. We couldn't spell it out. Dominique at city and Bellamy DeHara Presley. It's noisy. Can't hear myself talk.
Good evening, Board President, Secretary Wells, board members online, community, Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent. I'm Shorty. Need more mic. I'm here to report on our grants received and how they apply to CCSD. Dom at City had previously put in for leave, and so he asked me to present in his place. So on our PowerPoint, sharing, that might be too much, sharing information of our grants received and how they, I presumed the question was actually how they apply rather than imply. So how they apply to CCSD. Okay, just making sure we're okay. So on our second page, just as a comparison, our operational funds within our SEG is $142,463,600. And that includes operational funds, impact aid, operational food services, capital outlay, athletics, general funds, and many of the things that Ms. Herbie and Mr. Deswood shared, as well as on Thursday that Ms. Sutherland shared. However, looking at our grants, our 24,000, 25,000 accounts, 27,000, and 29,000 encompass all of our grant funds. So I'm going to go into some more details on that. But just as the big picture, we receive in the district $44,126,115 in grants. On to the next page, please. So within our next page, the programs that receive our grant funds include Bond Wilson Technical Center. They receive $315,091 that support continuing technical education, career readiness, and new this year, supporting graduate profile. Last year was a planning year within graduate profile. We're continuing that planning. CNI receives $28,417,449, and I'll go into the details of the grants here in a second, which support at-risk students at risk or not graduating or being off track in proficient parameters. Also enrichment for specific areas not in the Common Core classroom. So CNI supports the Common Core classroom, the outer ring of the students that are not on track, and then enrichment, pushing our students into extended learning. Our intercultural community outreach program receives $2,210,420.42, which is for the support of students identified as English language learners, cultural heritage, safety net, and equity. And you heard some of that through Dr. Elfrida earlier. And I do have the totals for homeless if you want to know that when we're finished. Student Support Office received $7,555,773.22, all for the support of students with special needs, students gifted, as well as, well, gifted actually falls in our DART program and through CNI, but support of moving our students through evaluation onto gifted, and also supports in other parameters, Medicaid, things like that. And as I mentioned, I'll go into those in a little bit more detail here in a second. Transportation Department received $17,495 this year, which support transportation upgrades. District-wide, so these are the grants that fall as a general over many programs, $26,071,609. So for some various pieces. Below in the turquoise is a link that will share the details. However, in your packet, I printed that out for you. So we can get to that as well. So if we turn a couple of pages here, you'll see the first page that is for Bond Wilson. And the grants that we mentioned below with their funds, and the overview of what those funds support specifically. And so Eddie has shared with us, Mr. Garola, that to provide, I apologize, we're on career prep first, so they're in alphabetical order. So career prep, Child and Adult Care Food Program, ECECD, CARES Act, New Mexico grads children. And the focus of those are to support students that are working towards ECE career paths, students that come to school with their own students, so they have children in childcare. And then the CACFP, the Child and Adult Care Food Program, supports the food for our students' children. So if that makes sense. The kiddos that come to school, but they have children of their own. And that's that $192,408. On the next page is Bond Wilson, and Bond Wilson focus on career technical education. They received the Carl Perkins Secondary, the Carl Perkins Secondary Redistribution, and the Extended Equity into the Digital Workforce. That's a new one. In the middle columns, I've shared if it's a continued grant that we renew, or if it's a grant that is a one-time. So we do receive some grants that are one-time. And overall, with both Career Prep and Bond Wilson, we're looking to enhance our students in recovery, or also in students that are moving towards career pathways and dual credit, as well as technology. So our students that are moving on post-high school. Bond Wilson receives $355,091 in grants. And then moving on to CNI, Curriculum and Instruction. The grants that are housed underneath that department include the ARP ESSERS 3, At-Risk Intervention Response, the FAE, which I reported back a couple of months ago, Family Income Index, our GO bond, instructional materials appropriated, our Science Ed initiative, state-funded out-of-school time, Title I, Title II, and Title IV. Each of those have a specific set of guidelines, but overall, the funds that we receive through CNI are the funds that are directly tied to our students, except for the Title II, which is tied to the development of our teachers and our principals, our instructional staff. So overall, what we see coming in for this school year is right at $28,417,449. Some are state flow-through, some are a one-time, as in the ESSER's ARP. That is a one-time fund that will go away this school year. Moving to the next page, ICO, as Dr. Elfrida shared, the ARPA homeless children and youth, so that's the 1,721 that she mentioned, that would be a carry forward amount. That's a one-time, but they still have access to those funds through the school year 23-24. The BMEP program, Community Schools Planning Grant, which is for this year, Kirtland Middle School, Ojo Elementary. The Education for Homeless Children and Youth, and so as Elfrida shared, $15,000. It's a continued grant based on our 120-day count. English Language Acquisition, Title III. Homeless Emergency Rescue is a one-time, so they're looking at their carry forward funds for this year. The Indian Ed Formula Grant and our Indian Ed Education Grant, and of course our Johnson O'Malley. So all of these funds specifically pertain to the programs within the ICO department, looking at our homeless programs, our safety net programs, and then of course our English language learners, our Indian Ed heritage, cultural heritage programs, as well as the Johnson O'Malley. So the descriptions in more detail in the far right column. Their total, $2,210,420. So on your sheet where you see that it's a little smaller number, the blue, we are just now in the transition of budgets with New Mexico Public Ed. And so some of our budgets have not been completely opened yet from the PED side. So this is our projected amount that we've been shared. But until those budgets come down and open up for us, we will not have the actual dollar amount. So that's what's been projected from New Mexico Public Ed. And as Herbie shared, we submit our request for reimbursement. And so once all of the RFRs have been submitted for this school year, the 22-23 school year, then they will have an accurate amount that they'll share with us come the new school year budget. Moving on to student support services, they receive the entitlement IDEA B, New Mexico Schools COVID-19 tests, pre-K initiative, preschool IDEA B, title, I'm not sure what that one is, X1X Medicaid, so that's our Medicaid fund. The Impact Aid Special Education, as was mentioned earlier, and our Navajo Nation. So that Navajo Nation is an early interventions in parents as teachers program, as was shared earlier. And in the blue, the projected, and in the black, what we have currently from the budgets moving forward. And that totals $7,555,773.22. All of those grants specifically to the programs in student support services for our students that have been identified with students of special needs or pre-K, as is part of student support services. The next page, transportation. So there are times when the state will appropriate special grants for our schools. One that we had received last year and we're waiting to be determined for this year is for school buses. And so we'll know for sure when that one comes here past July 1. The PED has shared with us that July 5th is when we will have more information. So we're holding our breath to see what shakes down from New Mexico PED. We also had a school bus cameras grant to put cameras and to continue to upgrade the cameras on our buses. And that carry forward amount is $17,495. And that's to ensure our child safety. So the grants, when we talk about federal funds and state funds, they are very specific as to how we can utilize those funds. We have to follow those guidelines. So sometimes it will appear that we have just tons and tons of money, but we're kind of pigeonholed because it's only for a specific use. The federal grants come from the federal government, and that usually is tied to an act or something that has passed in legislature. So we have to be very careful that because of auditing purposes, we are ensuring that they are being used appropriately. And the last sheet is our district-wide grants. So as mentioned under C&I, the ARP ESSERs, so the star, the asterisk in front of that is to show that it is a duplicate. That is under C&I. However, that fund is district-wide. We received $21 million. Carried forward, we're moving into 23-24 with $18 million. Much of those funds are in our operational department. We had to go out to bid. We had to ensure procurement processes. And so now moving forward, we collaborate with Ms. Thompson to get that moving. So 14 million of the 21 million is in our construction and in our operations. So we are very confident that money will be spent. The remaining 7 million of that 21 million is amongst the 4 instructional departments, C&I, SS, Student Support Services, the DART program, and our ICO program. So they're distributed based on the needs from our directors. And then accessible from how they see that partnership with the schools. Breakfast for elementary students, that one is to be determined as well. It's a state flow grant we've received in the past, so we're looking to receive that again. The fresh fruits and vegetable come through our food program, and that's a federal flow through, $119,435, and that is then sent to our school cafeteria programs and the schools to support an afternoon snack of fresh fruits and vegetables. The impact aid education, $6,959,356. So those funds are allocated from our state legislature. The New Mexico Grown, so that's a food program, $40,737 there. And this year we received a unique grant, New Mexico Highway Department roads, and that will be to support repairing some of our schools' asphalt. And so that's coming in as well. We have some private directed grants that come through that fall in that category, $81,553,000, and many times those fall into our SEG. So when they come into the SEG, then they're distributed evenly amongst our schools. So that is an overview. Just to kind of catch you up on the question of homeless. So I just tallied in the back when that question came up. So ESSER's ARP, we wrote in $75,000 for our homeless program. The Title I in 22-23, and with Title I, we have to go by our 120-day count. So at that time, our count was only 70 students. So based on that, we allocated $15,000 last year. This year, our 120-day count is at 197. However, as you heard today, the actual count is in the 300s. So sometimes we're limited a little bit. Mm-hmm. What we do is we pad, in a way, our additional compensation in Title I, so we'll move forward additional funds. We projected that it would be higher, so we doubled it this year in Title I for up to $30,000. So this year, going into 23-24, the remainder of the ARP, $75,000, $30,000 in Title I, the homeless emergency rescue, $15,241.42, and as Dr. Elfrida shared, the ARP carry forward of $1721. So that's a grand total of $121,962.42 going into school year 23-24. That's been allocated solely for homeless. Title I can also support additional at the school level. So when we allocate Title I funds, we go by poverty index that's given to us from New Mexico PED. The schools are ranked from 100% down, as far down as they go. We have 5 100% schools that have been indicated, and I could get those names to you and more specifically. But those funds then are allocated at the amount of poverty. So should we see that there is an influx greater than what this need is, a school has the authority to allocate more funds for homeless based off of their Title I funds. So we can definitely, through Mr. Deswood, share that out, that that's a priority to utilize their school allocation funds within
So,
that.
before I forget, I want to ask this question. You're saying that the district can do that. So if we do that, we're taking from other funds to do this.
Title I has 5 criteria. So it's at-risk student, it's ELL, it's students that are low socioeconomic, so homeless falls in that, as well as just our kiddos trying to make it, that are low income. Native American student, special education. So of those funds, any of that 5 criteria can be utilized. But yes, the predominant focus of Title I is the instruction in the classroom. So,
Right, and so I got issues with that, I think we need to hold PED's feet to the fire, and then they're under the state, so, I really think they need to be accountable as well. And so far, what I've heard is that the requests are being made through Navajo Nation, but why not PED? Why not the state? And that there needs to be more work on that. And, because to be referred, that is unacceptable. And especially when you see the reports on TV, the unemployment rate, the cost of living now, inflation, and so, our students shouldn't be in that same contest and trying to get help or assistance. And I think there needs to be a pot of their own as a student.
there are some other funds we can tap into. New Mexico has an Appleseed program that we can enlist that support from. So it's the continued collaboration and partnerships with New Mexico PED to share our need. And I will say Ms. Dana Malone is amazing. She is a go-getter. She hits the ground running. She's easy to access. She returns your call. She's at the New Mexico PED level. And Elfrida shared that she has a partnership. So it's just keeping that communication. Our numbers are growing fast. Homeless program originally fell under Title I, but with the creation of ICO and the safety net, we handed that baby off. They had the folks and the resources to take care of it to the better level than two of us in federal programs that have all these grants we're watching. So she's doing an amazing job. It just came onto her plate a year ago, and she's hit the ground running. Rachel and Elfrida are working hard. And so when we hear that information through federal programs, we share that immediately. When they hear information, they'll enlist the support. I think it hit us just really fast. The numbers doubled and tripled. Some of that is the education of our families. Our families don't realize when you're in a multi-home setting that that's actually considered homeless. But in our culture, that's a norm, that you're living with auntie, you're living with grandma, and they're like, no, I'm not homeless. But in the state's eyes, that's considered homeless too. So we've needed to get out and educate that that's considered that, Wow. There's a lot of homes that families have pride, as Mr. Wells shared. Sometimes they don't want to talk to anybody. So Rachel's worked hard to create those relationships so that they will be honest and they will share that, you know what, I need help. And we know through trauma, asking for help is a sign of strength, but a lot of folks will hide that and won't ask for help. So really making that relationship happen, it's kind of the sell side of it that we talk about, and really working to build some trust. So I will say that for us through Title I, we collaborate with all the departments because it's big, and it's a big pot of money that comes. So it's efforts that will never stop. So that's an
Okay.
overview of our grants. I stand for questions.
Any questions, board members?
Got a question?
Can you
Madam
speak
President?
up? Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I was the one that asked for this, and I appreciate the detail that was provided. But it certainly lends itself to be a lot more assertive in respects to going after more money. And obviously, a lot of it is dependent on numbers, but I'm talking about, and I've been saying this for the past few years, we need to have a full-time grant writer to be able to sit down and be more assertive and aggressive in going after that money, especially now under the considerations of the economic circumstance that we're facing. And again, the numbers for McKinney-Vento and how those have increased, and the likelihood that they'll go even higher. So we need to do what we can, and I know you just alluded to the fact that departments working together, but obviously the need, and dare I say, a very good thing on the thing that we have the ICO in place to be able to provide those services. And it would seem that with that increase in numbers and the dire need for the services that they're providing, that more money needs to be funneled to that department to provide those needed services. So I will repeat what I've been saying for the last 3 years. We truly need to find ourselves a grant writer, Mr. Superintendent, to be able to be more assertive with these and provide more funding to assist some of these departments that are, again, providing these needed services for our families and our students within this district. But I certainly appreciate the breakdown, because it's important for the board members to understand exactly where the money's coming from and how it's applied within the district and throughout the district. So for that, I appreciate the information, but again, I think we can be a lot more assertive in going after that funding, especially if we want to do more. And quite frankly, we're going to have to do more for our students within the district. Thank you.
I don't know if anybody can hear that, but anyhow.
And if, Board President, if I may answer a part of that too.
Oh, there was a question?
Well, kind of. Ms. Ray, if you wouldn't mind going back to the PowerPoint, the future of grants, to kind of help with that, as he was talking about the grant writer future. So in the PowerPoint presentation, there's a slide that's the future of grants. So one of the pieces that we are working on that we feel like could be improved is the communication and collaboration with the departments. So as you know, the federal programs person had been separated. The grants are, as we've shared, separated. So I feel like we can do a better job to communicate. And so we've started that communication just now in the spring by bringing all the grants into a room to talk about what we have. Because unfortunately, there were silos in our district. We didn't know what funds were happening. And so knocking down those barriers has been one of my stakes, is to get that conversation going. And through the support of Mr. Deswood and Mr. Carlson, we've been able to get that started. And so with that, that is my PDP this year, is to continue those efforts to align the funds to strengthen those district initiatives. Having that plan was very critical for us to know where we were headed. We didn't have that plan with previous superintendents, but Mr. Carlson has worked hard to share and communicate the plan and the vision, and now we're all on one page, so it's been amazing. And then through the work of Mr. Deswood at the instructional level, we've been able to have those talks. And as they talk about collaboration of our students, you know, we have to walk the walk too. And so collaboration of our district staff has been our cornerstone, if you will. Leveraging the interdepartmental funds to support these programs and the student academic outcomes. So that's being talked about now. And how then can we braid those funds? So we have a lot of funds that come in, as Board Member Montoya shared, but my question has been, are we really truly using them with efficacy and with integrity of what those grants say? And I know there's links like a chain. I have the vision and the view of Title I that has ELL in there, but also does ICO. So we need to talk. We need to see what grants they have, what grants we have, and braid them and start braiding those. So that final bullet, communicate and collaborate the monthly, quarterly, and annually with internal auditing processes as well. And that's where Ms. Herbie joins our team, Dom joins our team to say, look, are we really using these funds to the level of the guidelines? I feel like we need to really broach that first before we move out into let's write for grants. Because honestly, that's the self-look. We've heard it from the board, we've heard it from our directors. Are we doing a good job with our funds? We have our audits to share what's happening with those funds. And we know the reality at the end of year, it's, oh my gosh, I have this extra money, how am I going to spend it? So we have a plan process now that we didn't have before, that the funds will be spent with a plan in mind first, instead of award the grant, and then we decide later what we're going to use the money for. That's the vision. So it's really been a wonderful thing to have a school year start. We have a principals retreat that we're planning already. This fall, we have a solution tree PLC with teachers, so they'll understand what they need to talk about kids. We didn't have that before. We started planning that August of last year. So the plans are happening. They're great things. I used the loom as that theme backdrop because that's truly how we look at it through CNI. Page 1 is an empty blank loom, and each of those colors is our departments. It's a yarn. So if you would just follow me through that vision of we have one color of yarn CNI, one color of yarn SSO, one color of yarn ICO, and we start braiding and interweaving, and we have this wonderful rug that we finish, solid, strong, that our children can use, instead of one piece of yarn here and one piece of yarn here. So we do have that vision. It's in works. The plan is moving. Can't wait to report to you in the fall and the spring how it's going, because we're super excited. So
I think what you just explained is great. We've talked about redundancy and whatever we can do to, and that's, really down to communication, and I like that, where you get everybody together and really find out, what they all have. And so, when I come to the board meetings, there's a lot of things that I'm still learning, even as long as I've been on the board. And I don't think I've ever tried to act like I know it all. But as long as I've been on the board, you would think I would know. But there's a lot of new, and then, as it's talked about, as it's discussed, there's learning in that also. And so I really like that. And, if I know it's been brought up before about, seeking a grant person, but, I think we already have a grant person right here. I mean, if she's following the vision and your vision as superintendent, I think why look elsewhere? So, but thank you so much. I think this was good. Whoever asked for this presentation, and I really liked the way you had it laid out, on the amount and then where it's coming in from. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Hold on. Secretary Wells?
I don't have anything more.
Okay. Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
You're welcome for the thank you. Because like I said, I was the one that asked for it because I wanted the board to see exactly what's coming in and how it's applied throughout the district. But certainly understanding when Ms. Bellamy talked about the silos, that idea of breaking down those silos, that 3.5 years ago, this conversation started. And I know that some of this, part of that goal of what you were sharing started around that time as well, with some of the ideas and thoughts. And I'm just glad that they're being carried through because, again, as you stated, a braided and blended fashion with this funding and the applicable use of the grants that we receive and funding that we receive, it's absolutely important to try to be able to do that where the left hand is talking to the right hand. And what a lot of people tend to forget is that everything that we do, the purpose of that we serve throughout this district in regards to education is interconnected. And every department is interconnected. So we cannot have those silos in place. There needs to be open line of communication. I appreciate the fact that it's moving forward in a positive direction. There's a whole lot of work that still needs to be done. Nobody can be excluded from that conversation when you're talking about the application of those braided and blended funding. So it is absolutely a team effort. And again, I just appreciate the fact that you presented it the way that you did, so we as a board can see that information and have a better understanding of how it's utilized and applied to our students. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Board Vice President Haskey, do you have any questions, comments?
No, just thank you for the presentation. It was really informative. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Board Member George? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And we will go to item R, Open Meetings Act Resolution and Work Session / regular school board meeting schedule for school year 23-24 by Jermaine Chappelle.
Thank you, Board President, board members, Superintendent, and participants. We have a slightly revised Open Meetings Act draft resolution. Last meeting, we talked about the fact the mask mandate had been lifted on Navajo Nation, and Board President asked me to just verify whether the gathering restrictions have also been lifted. Unfortunately, the documents on the Navajo Nation website still show that they are at 50% with respect to gathering restrictions, or 50% capacity. So I've revised this paragraph. I'll read it for you, and then if you all would like me to revise it further, I'm happy to do that. For President, would you like me to read that paragraph?
I would like you to say first that I was right.
Yes, ma'am, you were right. Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Whereas the mask mandate and social gathering restrictions have been lifted by the governor of the state of New Mexico, and the Navajo Nation has lifted the mask mandate, and the last health order from the Navajo Nation on social gathering restrictions is currently at 50%. As a result, the board will resume having meetings open to the public at 100% capacity in Kirtland, and until formally lifted by the Navajo Nation, 50% capacity for school board meetings held on the Navajo Nation. There's a typo there, I'll fix that. Additionally, given ongoing health concerns and public support of continued support, my goodness, I did not catch that typo, my apologies. So it should say, additionally, given ongoing health concerns and public support of continuing to provide meetings via live stream, the board will continue to provide that option as well. The board further reserves the right to return to virtual-only meetings should COVID-19 infections or other health safety concerns be present. Therefore, public meetings conducted by the board will resume with in-person public meetings as described above. The district will also continue to live stream the board's public meetings to accommodate those persons who may be reluctant to resume attending meetings in person. Given the fluctuating status of the COVID-19 pandemic or other health safety concerns, the board retains the ability and flexibility to continue implementing social distancing practices during its public meetings as it deems necessary. So that's really the only portion of the resolution that has changed aside from the dates listed below. And those were just refreshed for the current year. And with that, Board President, I stand for questions.
Okay,
Question.
my question or my comment is where it talks about the board further reserves the right to return to virtual-only meetings should COVID infections or other health safety concerns be present. I think that should be taken out because, you know, nation and then also state guidelines. Board members, any comments? Questions?
Question. I have a question.
Secretary Wells?
I don't have anything yet.
Okay, Board Member Montoya.
So is that going to impact that 50%? Is that going to impact the safety summit? Especially in consideration being at the Phil?
I don't think so, Board Member Montoya, because the capacity at the Phil is between 600 and 700. And I don't think we'll be close to 50% capacity.
Well, if you have an open invitation, you never know who's going to show up.
It's not quite an open invitation because folks have to register. And if we do meet that capacity, which would be, I want to say, Superintendent Carlson, correct me, about more than 300, we don't anticipate that many people, but if that happens, then we'll have to deal with that. But that is the current status of the Navajo Nation's health order.
All right, it was just a question. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Vice President Haskell?
Just a quick question in regards to what President Aspis had said to remove that the language about if COVID, about COVID restriction or if COVID came back, will that have any impact on the, I guess, this revised health order? Like when we do it, will there be any implications if that is removed?
Vice President Heskey, thank you for your question. No, I don't think so. I just wanted, the reason I put it in was to give you all more options, but if Navajo Nation rescinds the 50% gathering restriction, the language I have in here would allow us to resume to 100%. And to help you see that, if you go to the second, where did I put that? Well, I can actually just make that more clear, Board Member Heskey, by inserting a clause that says if the Navajo Nation social gathering restriction is lifted, we'll resume to 100%, or whatever the capacity is.
Okay, thank you.
Does that address that?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Even though we just came from a conference where the general session had 400 plus board members in one room.
Oh, board member, board member Heskey, Vice President Heskey, I did find it. So that language says, as a result, the board will resume having meetings open to the public at 100% capacity in Kirtland, and until formally lifted by the Navajo Nation, 50% capacity for school board meetings held on the Navajo Nation. So that clause, until formally lifted, if once the Navajo Nation does formally lift that capacity restriction, then we can go back to 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And so, President, would you like me to just remove the clause on the potential issues in the future?
Yes, because again, we're just going by what's in the guidelines.
Happy to do that. And so, board members, if you all want to vote on it as amended, we can make that clear in the consent agenda. That way we won't have to bring it back in July.
Okay, are you done with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that concludes R. And we are now at item 5. And we have moved E to 5. which is the request for 24-hour deposit alternative plan.
There's Q on the consent.
Huh?
It's Q on the consent agenda. It's way down there.
Oh, okay. I was getting it from the, actually, item Q. So open it up to board members for discussion.
What are you opening up?
The Q, the alternative 24-hour deposit. For myself, I just like to throw out the comment of, I believe that there's ways of doing this without having a courier, and as expressed earlier during the presentation, and which had come to light from Board Member George, or an idea or something that had taken place before. So I that's why I went ahead and moved this item E or Q from the consent agenda to section 5 for discussion.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Vice President Haskell.
I think if anything's going to be changed, I think we would really thoroughly have to examine all different avenues. We can't just make a decision to reverse not having a courier, because we're going to put ourselves in a predicament if things aren't properly planned out and processes aren't set in place before we change our processes. I think it's a good suggestion to look at all the avenues, but not without thoroughly examining everything. From my understanding, when you have people, there's only certain people at the schools that can handle the money, and we would have to vet those people and make sure that they would have the responsibility of making those deposits within the 24-hour period. So as much as I would like the cost savings aspect, I think that uprooting a plan that's already set in place right now without really considering all the pros and cons of that decision, and making that decision to, not go without the courier system, I think it's not wise. So at this point, I would say stick with the system until we really do solidify and set processes in place to, if the decision's made, to make those processes, put those processes in place before we do anything hasty. Thank you.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
The thought occurred to me, if you have a courier from the school district taking those deposits, if somebody is watching, knows that that's going to happen, and watching, they can watch the purse, watch the intake according to the amount of people at an event. If you're sending a school employee without the protection, we would be putting that employee at risk. Their safety, if I think the way that it's working now is working, and I would hate to put any employee of the district at risk if somebody was paying attention to the proceeds of coming in and knew that there was going to be an employee someplace hauling money. I think we would be putting them at risk by sending that purse with them. That's all I have.
Okay, Board Member George? Quick comments, please.
Thank you, Board President. I see both sides of it, the safety of the employee, and then also the financial secretaries at each school has the given responsibility to transport those funds, or the principal, and then they also get the reimbursement for gas, but I see both sides, so thank you.
Board Member Montoya?
No comment.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and put up for a vote. And I'll start with myself. I vote against it, no. Okay, we'll just keep it simple. I vote no against it. A motion to vote on the matter?
Board President, can you clarify
on that
what?
particular issue?
Yes.
Can you clarify what voting for and against is?
Madam, I make a motion that we keep the proceeds, deposit, transportation as.
Okay, I'll motion to open it up to vote on a courier or against no courier. And I need a second.
I don't know what you're motioning. I'll second it if I.
Okay, he seconds, Marion. Okay, now we'll vote.
But I don't understand what. Are we motioning to keep the courier as it is?
Trying to get
Board President, may I? I just have clarification.
Okay,
Yeah.
I am motioning to put up for vote item Q. So item Q is the, let me read it. The alternative plan for a 24-hour deposit. The alternative plan is to have a courier. So I'm putting that up for a motion to vote on it. So,
Board President, quick clarification.
So
Are you meaning item 5?
So Secretary Wells' second the motion. So now,
Board President, you mentioned Q. Are you meaning 5 so that our minutes can be clear?
Q is in the consent agenda.
My apologies, Board President. I thought we were on item 5.
Yes.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
We moved, depending on what part of the agenda you're looking at, item E, or
Yeah.
if you're looking at consent agenda, item Q, we moved that to section 5.
So just what the motion would be is to remove that from the consent agenda. And then
Okay.
you all would vote on that, and then you would motion another time to vote on an action for that specific item.
So I motion to remove item Q
And
from the
item-
consent agenda.
And item C.
Item C. From the consent agenda?
No,
We actually, Board Member Wells, we actually did get the form. It's been uploaded into Board Docs.
let's see, on the reports,
Sharon, do you mind putting up the Subway gift card amendment?
I don't know that he meant that. I think he might have meant C from the audit report.
yes,
It's just
that's
a-
what I meant.
Yeah. So,
Okay, gotcha.
So do they need, let's just stick with the first one, that the motion
Yeah,
was.
N is the audit report, yes. So N is tabled. Okay,
All right,
so we motioned.
you're making a motion, or you want me
She
to
made a
make a
motion.
motion?
I motion to remove Q from the consent agenda.
You want to remove N as well?
No, we're not
Okay.
dealing with N.
Okay.
Leave it alone.
I-
So we'll do Q first. And so.
I
you
second.
So I'll vote yes to remove Q from the consent agenda. And Vice President Haskell?
If Q is removed from the consent agenda, that means I'm looking at the alternative. Clarification. Hello?
Hold on.
Vice President Haskell, Q is that we're voting to remove
You know,
24.
I'm sorry.
But what does that imply?
So Sharon just pointed out an error in the word. E is the request. When you look at it under reports, it's request for 24-hour deposit alternative plan. And then, so when you go to the consent agenda, under Q,
It's Q.
it says renewal, and that should be request. That word renewal should be a request. So the letter, it was requesting a courier service, and
But we're removing it, so what difference does it make?
so I'm removing it from Q, item Q from consent agenda. I'm for removing it, meaning no. I don't want a courier. Am I saying that word right? Courier. Courier.
Yes.
But you want that item pulled from the agenda, from the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we're voting on?
Yes.
To pull that item?
Yes.
Okay. And
I
seconded
vote to
that.
keep it on there.
Okay.
Now we're voting yea or nay to pull that from the consent agenda. And you voted yea.
Mm-hmm.
I voted
Yes.
yay.
I also vote yea.
Board Member George?
I vote yay.
Board Member Montoya?
Y'all got me confused. Are we voting on or pull it off?
Pull it off.
Okay, since there's confusion in the language, then shouldn't we just table it and bring it back to when the language is correct
We can
on
keep,
both the agenda and the consent agenda?
yes, we can change it when we bring it back.
Yeah. If we want to entertain it later. But it's not being pulled because of the incorrect word. It's being pulled because you don't want it.
Because we want to pull it. So,
What's your vote, Montoya?
Pull it, yes.
Okay. So that item is pulled. Now we go on to N. And that is tabled for July. Should we say a month or just put till further notice? We'll just say further notice, so don't tie us to that. A motion to table until further notice, item N in consent agenda.
I second.
So I vote yes. Vice President Haskell?
I vote yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Board Member George?
Yes.
Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Okay. So now we will go on to Section 7, executive session. We're gonna, okay.
You have to approve the consent agenda with the items. Madam, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the items that have been removed.
I second. Vice President Haskell?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Board Member George?
Yes.
Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, so items are Section 7, executive session. A, convene in executive session, discuss limited personnel matters regarding superintendent contract as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discuss threatened or pending litigation regarding funding of Newcomb facilities, impacts associated with plant closure as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015-1 of New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discuss real estate matters regarding Newcomb facilities and RFP as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015-1 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Okay. Executive session. Are we gonna stay in here? Motion to go into executive session.
I motion
second.
to go executive session.
Who was motioning, you or?
I,
Vice President Haskell motion.
I second it.
Vice President Haskell,
yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes. back and reconvene in open session. Stated that the board has discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed, discussed limited personnel matters regarding the superintendent contract as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015, 1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discuss threatened and/or pending litigation regarding funding of Newcomb facilities and impacts associated with plant closure as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015 1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discuss real estate matters regarding Newcomb facilities and RFP as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015 1H8 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. And
Madam President, I make a motion that we reconvene in open session.
okay. I second to reconvene. And I think Suzette's already signed off, so Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I say yes. So, board accepts bid, let's see. So, item C, possible action items, no matter, on matters discussed in the executive session.
Did you not receive it?
Board accepts bid lot for 6 additional classrooms in Newcomb Elementary RFP. Yeah, motion.
There was another item, did they accept the contract? Do we need to vote on that or not?
A motion to, what's that? A motion to, for the board to accept bid lot for 6 additional classrooms in Newcomb Elementary RFP.
I so move.
Any second?
Second with the question.
It's already been seconded.
Excuse me?
Just motion, just clarification, I think it was seconded by Board President.
I need a second.
Oh, you need a second, sorry. Sorry.
second?
I second it.
Okay, so Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya.
I will give my vote, but I got a question here since it's 12:01 and we're actually into 6:21. Would that still validate the vote, Ms. Chappelle?
Well, I think there's a risk that it's not valid after midnight, but it's very close to midnight, so my recommendation is that the board move forward, and if we need to ratify these votes at the next board meeting, you can do that.
Because it's 12:02, and again, my vote is yes. Certainly with the question though.
Right, the board can always ratify these votes if it comes up in the future.
All right.
What's the vote?
For the third time, yes.
And I vote yes. And Board Attorney Chappelle?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to set a precedence. However, we didn't put a time stamp of when the meeting was going to be over. So it's been open, and so I'm tired of this talk. So let's just go on from here, and the only thing on the agenda was when the meeting started. And as far as when it's over, that's been open. Thank you. So we'll go on to item 8. Request action items and/or reports for next meeting. So Vice President is off, and Secretary Wells.
Madam President, I don't have anything at this time.
Okay, Board Member George?
I have nothing at this time, thank you.
Board Member Montoya?
Nothing at this time.
We can't hear you.
I have nothing at this time.
Okay, possible items for next meeting. What did we say, Sharon, earlier? The courier services, the history on that, and there was one more item. Yes. Okay, so those will be on the next meeting agenda.
Board President, did you all vote on the superintendent's contract?
I don't think so.
No, we didn't. Madam President,
What's that?
I'll make a motion if you...
Yeah, yeah.
I move that we accept the contract that has been offered to our superintendent.
Second.
Okay. Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
That was Sharon's catch. Thank you, Sharon.
That was probably more important than the time.
Board President, there is a legal issue with that, but we can talk about it later.
So we'll go on to item 9, plus deltas.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
we've discussed a lot of things. I particularly am grateful that for the information provided concerning the homeless students in our district. For me, that was a plus. I hope to be able to work on that, and I'm glad to, being June is about the end, to have finally got our superintendent a contract.
Yeah. Plus delta, Board Member George.
Oh, I just concur with Secretary Wells. Thank you.
Board Member Montoya.
For the sake of time, I have nothing. Thank you.
Nothing?
Plus deltas. I guess we see where the alliances lay, and I'm pretty upset. But I think all in all, we did great, and so with the I'm hoping that we get things resolved as far as the Marine Corps issues, and so that and the McKinney-Vento and the deltas as far as time. I'm sorry we covered such serious matters, and next time, you have the option of not attending that meeting. Thank you. And we'll go on to item 10, adjournment. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Madam, I make a motion, we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Good night.